Well, hello everybody. How you doing today? Having a good time? Or are you having a solemn time? Perhaps we could turn that into a good, fun time. Only time will tell. Chazzy and Draco Dragon. Neptune is on a 60 stream streak? Holy crap. And TK is on a 100 stream streak. It still surprises me that I'm that popular. Oh, and there's a duck. Deck? It's, I think today we're gonna be doing the worm pile. Well, this is your first chat, so if you didn't read the title and you don't know what a Masochist deck is, it's, it's like a challenge run. You start with 20 random packs, and every time you win a duel on the ladder, you get one master pack. We cannot craft cards. We cannot open the structure decks. So all we get is whatever the hell we get. And that has manifested in this worm pile, where we're playing a bunch of like Yang Zings, and we've got 2 copies of Long Wan, and we can make Chen Ying with like several cards that banish cards, so that we can trigger the Chen Ying. Just classic masochism. As you do. Sadly, I could not stop myself from getting this. This will eat up one of our rewards if we get into gold. Real quick, did we get any new like extra deck monsters last time? Maybe even Fenrir, yep. There's always a hope. We got a wave high that we can't make. Oh yeah. Is this better than that? Did we add Lightning Storm to this deck? We did not. And we don't have hardly any level 2s, so there's no point in putting the Sprite Elf in there. Okay, yeah, I think we're still pretty much about the same there. Is there anything else we got? Let's go ahead and scroll all the way down. Not all the way down. Where did we get our Lightning Storm? How long has it been since we've played this deck? Well, we got a lot of new stuff since then. Okay, so we can put this in here. I think we take out the enemy controller. We'll go ahead and just change the number now, and remember, I don't have to change it later. Is this better than that? It's this or that. We're rolling, we're going along. It's this or that, or you, or us. We're going along. No, it doesn't look like we have any other good generic things. Eradicator wouldn't work because the main thing we make is water. Kozaki. This needs illusion specifically. Crystal Queef, thank you for the 10 months. I appreciate the sub. What a strange name you've picked. Now we got just desserts. Yeah, I think that's it. Just adding in the lightning storm. Oh yeah, really quick. Today's weather, we did Boys Don't Cry by The Cure. We did Bulletproof by LaRue. And we did The Look by Roxette. Just songs that were stuck in my head. Oh yeah, we did pull a 10E, didn't we? And now you're streaming. That's how it works on Wednesdays or Fridays. Yeah, we did get another 10E. Then banish, target 1 banished, add it to your hand. I'm feeling bulletproof today. I'm trying my best. Okay, we got that. Let's real quick, just to double check, do we have any other worms that I may have forgotten about? No. Okay. Okay. Real quick, let's look at the notifications we got. The Shadow Duelist poll is still here. Huh. That was really delayed. What the heck? We got that notification a while ago. For Simo. I'm gonna try to like, don't get me wrong. R.I.P. Simo. We wouldn't be here without him. But I'm a little wary about the idea of like saying that like I'm doing this for Simo, because it kind of feels like I'm trying to like capitalize off his passing, right? It's like, it feels like it's like, oh, we should watch this because I'm doing this in his memory. Which, you know, just to be completely honest, like, I'm not. Like, I was doing this before he passed. It just feels really, artificial afterwards to be like, no, now it's for Simo. Before, I was just doing it for me. But, like, I completely understand the sentiment or whatever. Just, and you can even say that in the chat if you want. I'm just gonna let you all know why, like, I won't be saying anything like that. It just feels kind of like... I wouldn't even say it feels, like, disrespectful. It just feels, it feels inauthentic. It feels ungenuine. When I'm doing something that I make money on. And then we've got this, and we've got this. And nothing else is really all that new. Yeah, have you all been looking at the newest Shadow Duelist stuff? I know in the last couple it was like almost like it was instantly obvious who it was. but I feel like there's not much talk about it on social media. Granted, I'm trying to remember, I don't think I was still on Twitter last time, and yet somehow I had heard about it. People care about the Shadow Duelist stuff. They care enough to, like, look at it and be like, I wonder who it could be. But I don't think anyone takes it super seriously. Okay, so how many gold free packs we got? 1, 2, 3, 4? Plus, unfortunately, they've already stolen a 5th one by giving us a free card. There's 2 now and they aren't celebrities. Oh, is that what they're doing now? Vote from here. Oh, I've got to go to a Discord. You can't trick me into joining your Discord. Very sneaky, Konami. Shadow Duelist. The video Zester? Fuck it, chat. 1 second, let me get this on a different tab. I've got pizza ready to order the other tab, and I don't want to accidentally reveal my address.
Sir, we've got a problem.
What's up?
The Shadow Duelists are back.
It's Zester.
The Deckmaster Cup Shadow Duelist Edition starts on June 17th. Register now.
That tells me nothing. Also, they did not make a thumbnail for this. They just kept what was in there.
Sure, Zester says they'll banish Sector.
I will banish Sector.
But Zester has a dirty little secret. Their culinary method is nothing more than an air fryer. Their yummy build is so bad, it gives other duelists food poisoning. They haven't completed their solo gates or broken out of the World Championship Qualifiers Stage 1. Something stinks in this kitchen. Zester's cooking is bad, and their deck is even worse. Nothing yummy about it. Vote for a Shadow Duelist we can trust. Vote for Sector Online, then sign up for the Deckmaster Cup.
I'm Sector, and I will banish Zester.
How is that only 50 seconds? It felt like so much more. This is just the same. It's the same video. And somehow these other ones got more views. The intern was low on time for the thumbnails. Yeah, I don't know. It just it does nothing for me, chat. You know, I don't want to yuck anyone's yum. If you enjoy the Shadow Duelists, go for it. But I find it hard to say anything positive about that. Can I choose an archetype for Let's Learn with the Patreon producer tier? You can. It will be subject to approval, however. Like, you can't pick hero. I can't do a Let's Learn on hero. The whole point of Let's Learn is that, like, you gotta be able to sit down and read the archetype and learn it. I cannot read every hero card, and even if I did, that wouldn't tell me how to learn the game. Or like, what was the other one? Someone really wanted me to do Red Dragon Archfiend, and I was like, I can't do that on Let's Learn because Red Dragon isn't like an archetype. Right? Like, it's one of those archetypes that like you can't sit down and read because it's not one thing. Like, you can't just type in like Red Dragon and find it. It's like some of the cards that have red in the title are part of it, and some of them aren't. All the resonators are, but most resonator cards wouldn't be played in it. I moved up to the tier where I can get you to play a game. I should DM you about that. Yeah, if you have any ideas or whatever. Sharks are like that too. I feel like sharks are a little better. I'd have to look at how many sharks there are, but I feel like I could do a Let's Learn on sharks. I'll do it after the stream. But yeah, if you're gonna message me on Discord, I would wait until after the stream. I prefer not to get Discord messages, but you could send me a message on, like, Patreon. And I've talked about this before, where it's like why I don't like messages during stream. Because what happens, right, is I'm streaming and I see I get a notification, and I open it up and I go, oh, this is something that, this isn't an emergency, this can wait until after stream. And then I go to I close out of it and I go back to stream, and because it was marked as red, then like 2 hours later when I finish stream, I forget that you had sent me a message, and there's no longer a notification. So then I just, like, completely forget about it and don't notice until, like, days later. It's better to just wait. But, like, you know, if you want me to do Aneacraft, that would be a really easy Let's Learn. I could sit down and read all the Aneacraft cards. Tri-Brigade, there's not a ton of Tri-Brigades, and I already kind of know where they work. I already did Mimighoul. I wouldn't do another one just to learn the new card. Archfiend? I don't know if I could do Archfiend, because it's one of those things where there's like a million Archfiends and most of them have nothing to do with anything. Dogmatica I could do. What about Elf Note? Elf Note would be easy. Elf Note is absolutely in the wheelhouse. Because it's like, you know, I type Elf Note into a search engine and this is what comes up. And it's very easy to sit down, read through all of these cards, and then figure out like the Elf Note playstyle, at least the basics of it. RDA is just like DM, Boot, or Red Boo? Just one main monster. It's not even like that. Like, I could probably do like a Dark Magician Let's Learn. Because you could type in Dark Magician and find like some cards. The problem is, even if I type in Red Dragon Archfiend, I wouldn't get all of the Red Dragon Archfiend support, right? Like, I'd be missing a bunch of stuff that doesn't mention the card by name. Whereas, like... And granted, there's a lot of Dark Magician cards. But a lot of these are like a line of text and I can instantly dismiss them. This would be hard, it'd be like a special thing, but like I could do it. But Red Dragon Archfiend is like, well then I'm reading like Red Gardna and Soul Fist and King Scarlet and Red Dragon Vase. I'm reading all these cards, and of all these cards, like, the only one that sees any play is Soul Resonator. Like, that's not in the deck. This Earthbound Immortal... No, wait, this doesn't count. No, it does, because it mentions Red Dragon Archfiend. You get that Resonator. You have all these Synchros. But then it's like, okay, well, we gotta do Resonator. And okay, that gets us some stuff. But like, imagine I sat down and I went through the trouble of reading like every Resonator. And I went through the trouble of reading all these, and then I tried to compile a deck, and then people would be like, where's Bone Archfiend? Bone Archfiend is a critical piece of support for this deck that does not mention RDA, does not have red in the name, doesn't mention resonators in any way. Like, as a new player, you have no way of knowing that Bone Archfiend is a key card for the Red Dragon Archfiend deck unless you're looking up a deck list. And if you're looking up a deck list, you don't need a show like Let's Learn. You're already looking up a deck list. Cat Monarch, thank you for the... Cat Monarch would like a honk from Critter. Yeah, I'm tired, okay? Thank you, Critter. Hero, 8-hour stream, yeah. I mean, I guess if you wanted me to, if you joined the Patreon producer tier and you were like, look, I don't want to Let's Learn. I just want a 6-hour video of you reading every hero card in alphabetical order. Like, I could do that. I could do that on stream and then release it as like, Hardleg reads every hero card. And then I put on like my, what's it called? My Fill in the Jank outfit, you know, the like long sleeve shirt with the red vest. And I put on like the Minecraft fireplace behind me, and I like, very eloquently, a professional reading of the elemental hero archetype. Archetype, yeah, it's in the structure deck. So I guess that's another way to go through it. Would be like, I could just read all the cards in the structure deck and build the deck around that. But I don't think this has everything you'd want for the structure for the Red Dragon Archfiend deck. Does it? Related cards. Ah yes, Red Cocoon, very important. Crimson Fire. It's getting support. Yeah, it's getting new support. That was something I considered as like a potential show. Would be like, maybe instead of doing a maybe instead of doing a Let's Learn in the style that I usually do, we could do like a, you know, what would it be, like, Structure Deck Showdown? Structure Deck Showcase. Where it's just like, okay, so you're new at Yu-Gi-Oh! And you want to learn how to play Dark Magician, and all you got is the Dark Magician Structure Deck. Okay. Let's buy 2 of these, and I will make the, we'll read over the cards, and then I'll make the best deck I can possibly make using the structure deck. Structure deck overview. Yeah, I'd have to come up with another name for it. But, you know, that's what part of being a Patreon producer is. If you want, like, a weird new show, we can maybe hammer something out. Give me a second. Let me turn on the air conditioning. I forgot to. That's unfortunate. I'm sitting here, I'm like, why is it so hot? I always forget there's if you don't know, in order for a green screen to work, you have to have no shadows behind you. And the only way to create a minimal shadow environment is to have 3 bright lights coming at different angles so that they cancel the shadows out. You know, the one on the left cast a shadow this way, but the one on the right cast a shadow the other way, and they all kind of blend together. And as a result, every time I'm on stream, the heat in this room goes up like 5 degrees. So I had the AC set to like 76, and it's like 80 in here. And with the top hat, I'm sweating, brother. All right. The qualifiers. Thanks. I like 200 gems. And now I won't do it again. Some structure decks are thought, yeah. Pretty much all of the structure decks are meant to be bought in multiples. Okay. 1 second. I don't know why my phone does this. I bought like a new cord, so it's not the cord. Ba-doom. Okay, I think we're good. Alright, any other questions or comments before we get going, chat, or should I just jump on into this session of masochism? Recent structures or designs, so you can buy 1 copy. You can, but like... what would be the recent one? Like, the thing is, you would probably want a 3rd Soul Servant. Although, that's probably about it, now that I look at it. You really don't have to buy 3 copies, maybe 2 at the most, but they give you 3 Magician Souls and 3 Illusion to Chaos. And maybe you'd want a 3rd Dark Magician, but you probably already have one from somewhere. Does Shadow Man show up on the green screen? I don't think so. Could be lint in the phone port. Corn in port 7. Alright, go ahead and fill yourself up with cats in the chat. Let's erase the evidence of our previous conversation. There we go, thank you. And here we are. Oop, okay. And here we are. And there we go. I'll come back to it. We got some time. Welcome back to another episode of Master Duel Masochist. Another session, and if you can't tell, I'm a bit tired, boss. You know, it's been one of those weeks. It's been one of those weeks where, you know, I wish I didn't have to work, but calling it work. Okay, let's try it one more time. We got this. And here, oh, that went way too fast. We're going around. We'll get it back. We got time. Welcome back to Master Duel Masochist, everyone. If you cannot tell, I am tired. I'm just very tired, boss. It's been one of those weeks where a lot of stuff has happened. Not all of it exciting, although some exciting stuff has happened as well, but that mixes together and you just, fuck. I'm getting too rambling. Okay, let's try it again. And welcome back to Master... I'm gonna keep going. We'll get back around. I believe in us. We got some time. It's good. It's good. Okay. Welcome back to Master Duel Masochist. I'm here. New day, new session, and as you can probably tell, I'm a bit tired, boss. It's been one of those weeks, but you know what they say, so I don't have to say it. You already know what they say. You gotta keep moving forward. Something along those lines. One foot in front of the other. We keep progressing. Last time we played a new deck, and it was pretty terrible, and we got kind of hard stuck in Silver 4. So this time, we're going back to the old standby, the Worm Pile. Your favorite, your buddy, which has gotten a couple new upgrades. Most notably, we got the Shithana now, just another powerful worm to go in. Kind of works with our normal monsters, which we aren't playing a bunch of, but it's still a free, like, special summon. We can make links or whatever with it. And then, of course, we also added in the Lightning Storm, which is a very powerful go-second tool. And in fact, I think, you know what, we'll take out one of these subversions to get us back down to 40, just because these are both, like, go-second cards, and I don't want to be on too many of them. And I forget what we took out before. I think it was Enemy Controller, because that just didn't do a whole lot with what we were doing. But we got a pretty good deck, and there's some stuff in here that I don't think we've tested before, like Karma Cut, and the new Sword Soul Blackout. I don't think we've played that in this version with the Chen Ying, so should be an exciting time. So let's jump on the ladder, see what will happen, and hopefully have a little fun. Dawn of a new stream. Like that, it's like, and now a man who needs no introduction, and then he just leaves. He don't need no introduction. Okay, you know what, at the risk of being pulled away, I'm going to order this pizza now. Estimated time, 30 minutes. We'll do a contactless delivery. Tip? Oh, I'm giving a tip. Brother, you best believe. Let me think about this for a second. This would be $6.04. That'll round up evenly. Pizza time. Fat White Duke, thank you for the prime hype. Make sure it's going to the right place at the right time. Yeah. Yeah, we got this. The transaction has been rejected. Why would it do that? Oh. I put the wrong funny numbers on the back. Okay. Let's track my order. It's scheduled for 30 minutes from now. Will it reach us in 30 minutes? Only time will tell. You put a 6-9 where it should have been 420. And now I'm getting a message from my bank, I think. Like, someone tried to use your card and they got the number wrong. Do you wanna put this in as a fraud? Like, no, thank you though. This time, maybe I'll be bulletproof. We're going in, and we're starting off the day 1 win away from Silver 3. Let's go first, as we want to do. Oh, look at that guy. He's so angry. He's got the anger of a champion. Comment in the comments if you have champion level anger. Maybe you've gone to the World Series of Angry. I see. This is not a good go first. I'll set a card. And then I'll set another card. Not in the same column. Playing around Mech Knights. Smart. We're up against Bailey, who has a 6-card extra deck and a 50-card deck. We just gotta hope it's not Red Dragon Archfiend for the millionth time. Alright, I think we may be good. Swords of Revealing Light! They've revealed my secret! They know that beyond is the earth of the Yang Xing. Oh my. Oh me oh my oh he oh hi. So one of these is like, the card is unaffected by trap cards. Do I have that one? I forget. This one is the one that's unaffected by spells. Unaffected by traps. I have to make like a level 3 though, is the problem. But, I mean, either way, it's... We'll have time. They can't get through it. Alright. DC win? No, they're just reading. Well, they're not allowed to read now? Okay. I don't have a level 3. I have a 7. So... I normal summon this. As long as this stays on the field, then next turn I can normal summon this. I can make a 7 that's unaffected by traps. If you don't know, all the Yang Xings have some kind of effect where if you use them as synchro material, the synchro gets an effect. We haven't had the ability to use that in any meaningful way, because usually these are just blocking things until we can get to Chen Ying. But in the case of this, where it's like so much back row, being able to be like, yeah, the monster's gonna get 500 attack, and it's gonna be unaffected by trap cards, I think will be really, really useful here. Unless they like Solemn Judgment and just like completely negate the summon. Ignore that sound. That sound was nothing. You didn't hear anything. I got a tuna. The tuners don't bestow any effects. They're just tuners. Remember when being a tuner was enough and the tuners didn't like search other tuners and then also like destroy shit when they went to the graveyard? We got one more turn of this. This is synchro summoned. You know what? Let's go for Quibelt. I feel like we haven't met that. Also, my phone is going crazy style. My apologies. Usually, no one does anything with my phone. Okay, so let's blow up this. Bada bing. Now I can attack. And I'm immune to trap cards. What do you think about that, Blue Dragon Summoner? Ha 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 ha! Mirror Force means nothing to me! And I like how it doesn't even have a thing come up to be like, you know, this is why. If you're a new player, fuck you. You don't get to learn shit about what's happening. Figure it out. Read all the cards in the graveyard. Why game bug, yeah. It is unusual. I guess they just didn't program it for these because they see so little play. I mean, I guess I can't really blame them. It probably doesn't come up very often. But usually they have a thing where, like, if something is prevented from being destroyed by some kind of lingering effect, they'll have that little, like, squeaky sound effect and it'll show up on the side. To let people know, like, hey, this thing's being protected by this thing. Double ego boost? Yeah, I guess that'd do it. They liked reading earlier. It'll be fun for them. Okay, let me make sure the thing's on my phone. Okay, yeah, it's just telling me my pizza's on its way. I knew that. I don't know why I needed 5 text messages to tell me one thing. Luster Dragon. Luster? I barely even know her. Do I have any good level 6s? I forget, it's been a while. I got some cool 5s. During your opponent's main or battle phase, you can target one non-tuner. Yeah. Yeah, we'll go ahead and just put out Citri here. Battle phase. Right now, I'll just get 500, and then later, surprises. When an opponent's monster declares an attack, negate the attack, change... I'm so sorry, Bailey. I'm gonna... This person's never gonna play Yu-Gi-Oh! Again. Be like, yeah, I played Yu-Gi-Oh! Once. It was awful. Man cheated. I kept activating traps on his monsters. They didn't do anything. Hardleg, if your pizza don't come in 30 minutes, you get it for free. No, they stopped doing that. I'm not sure if younger people are aware. I forget which pizza place it was. I think it was one of the big ones, like Pizza Hut or something, where they had a thing like, we got the fastest pizza delivery on the market. If you don't get your pizza in 30 minutes, it's free. And because of that, the drivers were heavily incentivized to get there fast. And so, like, what was it? It was like car accidents around the pizza places went up by like 50%. There were all these things about how like pizza drivers were like getting in wrecks because they were speeding everywhere. 6. No, we're gonna do this. Oh wait, I needed to do 6. Fuck. He can't be destroyed by battle. I don't know how I'm gonna beat Obnoxious Celtic Guardian. They also didn't have phones with maps back then, yeah. Gift of the Mystical Elf. I have some removal at some point, right? Yeah, we go for this. Chanbara. Yeah, I should have made, I should have gone for the 6 and made Kendama because it does piercing. Huh? What are you going to battle phase for, buddy? Okay. You got something? Oh. Oh! I didn't know Metal Morph did another thing. Hold up. If this card is destroyed, target one face-up monster. That monster cannot attack until the end of your opponent's turn. Sure. If it attacks, okay. It gains half of the attack target. I don't know if I can get over this, chat. Spell trap card or monster effect is activated. It has to be when it attacks, so I can still attack it. So 500. Metal Morph too good, it is. Do 700. And then, what is this? Does this have anything that goes to the graveyard? No. I think I need to get this out of my hand while I can. Yeah, so we're actually going to tribute off the thing we just made. Get the Yang Zings back on. Because if we can get to Chen Yang, we'll be good. Was that a... Did y'all hear a knock at my door? 1 second, I think the pizza might be here already. It was someone trying to sell me something. Okay. We're special summoning some stuff. Okay, so we're gonna get this. And we're gonna summon... this. Yeah, hold up. I think we've got this. We can make Infernity Doom Archfiend. And then we can destroy it. God, I've got so many interruptions. What do you want? Yeah, I know you're delivering the pizza. You sent me 3 texts about it already. Alumirage. What were they selling? I don't know. I could just tell they were in some shirt and it said like Viviat or something. Fuck, Infernity Doom Archfiend won't work here. I guess I could just Brionic. Or I could Nightmare Phoenix. 1900 or more attack. Yeah, I think we're doing it like this. We're going Brionic Dragon. Activate the effect. Return you to the hand. That kills the Metal Morph. You could Lizardos to make it weaker, only until the end of the turn. No! What are you doing here? Fuck. Shit. Our bug! I thought he was on the structure deck! Stop texting me! For the love of Christ! I didn't ask for updates! Oh, we're one duel in and already this day has just been... It's been a thing. Yep, and I could stop special, so I could have stopped that if I had a monster in hand. Maybe they're a masochist. I'm going to die. We weren't prepared for bad cards. It's the pizza place is on their side. They're sending me notifications to distract me from what I should be doing. We'll update them about every pepperoni we have. They back. No. No, not like this! How could we lose to this? Ah! Yeah, you got it, buddy. That's just game. They had too many things. Metal Morph too strong. Let me take a look at the... Yeah, it is mostly just the structure deck. How'd they find this? They had like one good card. They had one good card in the deck. And I guess Mirror Force, Dark Hole. Oh, brother. That doesn't bode well. They've picked up my order. It should be here within... Why would it take 20 minutes? Bro was playing a normal ritual. Yep, I got so cocky. Alright, let's just wait, chat. They're gonna be here shortly. Let's just not do another duel while they're running in. The Chaos Ritual deck is putting in work in the OCG, is it? I hadn't heard about that. It seems unlikely. Have you heard of Willy's Wonderland? Isn't that the Five Nights at Freddy's like knockoff movie with Nicolas Cage where he doesn't speak a single line? It is the second best deck. Crazy. True Masochist challenge. Try to duel while everyone is distracting you. Open those packs you get from the cup. I have to earn them by winning in gold. Yes, and it is awesome. It's like, that came out like 3 or 4 years ago. I lost the real life quick time event. It's that or the worst chat lineup I've ever heard. Yeah, it's funny. I was just watching a thing. I don't know how, but I stumbled into a YouTuber who talks about like real life animatronics, which is almost inexorably linked with Chuck E. Cheese, right? And he had a video talking about how like the Five Nights at Freddy's franchise has impacted Chuck E. Cheese. Which is one of those things that, like, I guess I should have expected, but I just never really thought about it until now. The weird thing is that, like, it affected it very negatively, but only because Chuck E. Cheese, the people who own Chuck E. Cheese, are like 60 years old and don't know how to capitalize on anything. Because the thing is, right, like, you would think, and I guess that would be the thing, right, is that they're 60 years old and they're like, well, someone made a scary movie about animatronics? Well, we don't want to scare the kids. Best to get the animatronics out of the restaurant. But it turns out there's a whole bunch of kids who, like, who basically, because Chuck E. Cheese has been on such a downswing, did not know that Five Nights at Freddy's was a parody of a real-life place. And when they heard there was a real pizzeria with animatronics, they were like, oh, hell yeah, I want to go and see them. They're like, that would be so cool. I didn't know there were real animatronics. And then they arrive at Chuck E. Cheese to find out that they got rid of the animatronics. And also all of the employees were told, like, if anyone asked them, be like, we don't know what that is. We've never heard of the Five Nights and whatever. We're fine. I want to get Bite of 87. I still didn't know it existed. I thought Chuck E. Cheese actually shut down. They're still going. They're just, they're at the point in their career where, what was it? I think it was, the last video I was watching before I went live, actually, was from, like, 6 months ago. And he was like, so Chuck E. Cheese has this, like, big debt of, like, $60 million that they've been putting off, and they've got, like, a deferment on it until May of 2026 is when they have to pay it. And so they've been trying, like, that was in, like, 2020 or 2021. They got, like, 5 years. They're like, okay, you could have 5 years to, like, try to right the ship, try to start making money again. We understand the pandemic made it really difficult for your business because you're like an in-person business. And so they tried a whole bunch of zany harebrained schemes to try to get more people in. And at the time of the recording of that video 6 months ago, they were basically just like trying to send out things to anyone with enough money to invest, being like, hey, if you got $60 million and you're willing to give us a chance, we think we can make this work. Kids today's don't know FNAF was based on a real place. I think they just felt my entire back evaporate. They do animatronics at Disneyland. Yeah, but there's only like one Disneyland, right? Whereas like, Chuck E. Cheese's were everywhere. I remember they tried to do a thing with DoorDash with higher quality pizza. No, that was the thing about that was that it wasn't higher quality pizza. That's why people were upset. It was, yeah, during the pandemic, when a lot of people were, like, DoorDash revenues were way higher, there were a lot of people like, I'll support a local restaurant by ordering the pizza through DoorDash, even though I can't eat in. And so Chuck E. Cheese made a ghost kitchen that sold pizza. And one of the Chuck E. Cheese's, I forget his name, it's like Panucci or something. And they're like, Panucci's Pizza and Wings. So they just opened like a second store on DoorDash that you could order from that was masquerading as like a local pizza place. But if you ordered it, you got Chuck E. Cheese pizza in a Chuck E. Cheese box. Do kids now know what blockbusters were? I mean, it depends how old they are or how into nostalgic stuff they were. Ghost kitchens are very common, yeah. It's just funny to have a, like, a ghost kitchen of a restaurant selling the same stuff as a restaurant, just knowing that, like, yeah, people like to go to Chuck E. Cheese and get pizza, but they don't come for the pizza. No one in their right mind would ever, like, go online and order Chuck E. Cheese to have it delivered. There's a Blockbuster board game. There's a board game for everything. They're sending me all these messages. Your pizza's gonna be here. It's almost here. They're on their way. They're gonna be here. Now they're late. Hardleg Joe board game when? I guess it's not a board game. Or it wouldn't be a Hardleg Joe board game. If you don't know though, chat, I do have a tabletop game that I've worked on for years that is like pretty much done and in the phase where I could begin testing it, and the only reason I haven't is because I've been too busy. But once I finish with The Legend of Lefty and get that out, my next project is to work on my tabletop game. The tabletop game does not feature, like, me or have anything to do with Yu-Gi-Oh! It's just a game made by me, but in a way, you could say it's a Hardleg board game. If you play it on a board grid. Did you hear about Gravity Chain? No, I don't know what that is. Chuck E. Cheese ruined pizza for me for years. Understandable. If that was my first interaction with pizza, I'd probably be like, man, this pizza stuff is really overrated. I don't know why people like it so much. You possibly mean Gravity Circuit? Was that the one with the factions? Are you asking about the board game had factions or the Gravity Circuit? My tabletop game had factions, yeah. Max Metal Morph package. That would be neat. The board game, yeah. Where basically your faction is your class. That was the, I was gonna say, that's the selling point. It's not really the selling point. The selling point of the game is it's a game where you level up by dying. But also, you have a limited number of lives. So if you wanted to, like, power level yourself, you could just die a whole bunch of times really quickly, and then you would get a whole bunch of levels. But also, you'd be very close to losing the game forever. Are you familiar with Paranoia, the tabletop game? I think so. Is that the one with the troubleshooters? Gravity Circuit is free on Steam this weekend since they announced the sequel. I see. This sounds superficially a lot like Paranoia. Well, Paranoia, if I remember correctly, you could die in Paranoia and they would bring you back, but that's because it was like a futuristic setting where, like, you would be cloned, right? Where mine is, like, more of, like, a mystical thing. Where, like, in 56 Lives, the conceit is that basically, in order to become superpowered, you pledge your life to a deity, and that deity agrees, like, to bring you back to life, and every time you die, it brings you back to life using a little bit of, like, its essence. It's basically framed as, like, every time you die, a little bit of your soul deteriorates, and the deity, like, replaces that, like, fills it in with a little bit of its, like, essence. So every time you die, you become more and more godlike. Or you get more and more of your deity's power. You change physically to align with, like, their ideals. Is it here? Has the pizza arrived? Kevin is approaching with your orders. They will hand it to you. Alright, 1 second, chat. I gotta go get my pizza from Kevin. I will return shortly. I've returned, chat. And I got pizza like you wouldn't believe. Well, maybe you'd believe it. I guess a large pizza isn't that incredulous. In fact, a lot of people get those kinds of pizzas. How was Kevin? He seemed nice. Here, 1 second. Let me take an acid reducer. How does it feel to have your pizza delivered by a YCS champion? The video game. Kevin is approaching. Okay, one more thing. Let me get a new water and then we'll get back into it, chat. This time, baby, I'll be bulletproof. Oh yeah, and I guess for the people who want to see. Ooh, ah, delicious pizza. Alright. Second duel of the day. Hopefully things will get better. We waited, I got my pizza here. Pizza will make me happy. That's a pretty good pizza. We should have no more interruptions. I can focus on defeating my opponent, who is playing a 60 card deck. We're against Kurai Usagi. Isn't that Sailor Moon? Alright. Setting a card. Do I still have that really big Sword Soul guy in this deck? I do. Okay, I can put Abyss Dragon and then add Nahata. Akuna Nahata. What a wonderful phrase. Oh! Perform a Pal Odd Eyes Minotaur. Perform a Pals do Piercing. And Wisdom Eye Magician. Curiouser and Curiouser. Some kind of weird pendulum deck. Okay, let's try this and see what happens. We're gonna try to bait our opponent into thinking that we're playing, This turn, the pendulum cards cannot be destroyed by card effects and negate any activated in your opponent's that target a pendulum zone. Okay. So we're gonna send the Abyss Dragon Sword Soul. Did I misread that? Then if you control a non-effect monster. Shit, I should have summoned this first. I'm dumb, chat. Okay, go long one. We'll send that off. Summon a token, yes. There we go. I'm not gonna say the meme. I'm not gonna say it. And then we're gonna make not long one. Shenying 1200. Why does it do random burn damage? I don't know. 2000, 3000. Alright, I have no way to trigger this, so if they have some non-destruction removal, we might be dead. But otherwise, I think I'm pretty good. Okay. Wisdom Eye Magician has blown himself up rather than face the Chenying. And then they get another Magician. I wonder which one will they take. Hard to say, hard to leg. Tis Yomi, raiding with a party of 30. Welcome everyone. How you doing today? Playing Master Duel Masochist. I got a Chenying. We're playing against some kind of weird Performapal deck, it looks like. Oh, you go, Golem. He's ready. Can I get some U's in the chat? Alright, they make an Electromite. There she is. Oh no, I might be in danger. I don't know if they got some kind of weird combo going on. Thank you, Ray. Girl? I think it's a girl. Yeah, it's one of the... You can kind of tell looking at it if you look closely, but also it's based off of... There's like a pink-haired girl who's in several other Metal Foes cards, and this is just like another form of her. You. No, I mean you. Yeah, actually, while they're deciding what to send, we could probably related cards. I guess it's kind of hard to tell if she's a girl there. Oh, in the flavor text. You can't track her, you can't see her, you can't escape the light speed laser. They have put the Gate Infinity into the extra deck. Now they are Pendulum Summoning a level 7. Target one other card you control, destroy both it and this card. And if you do, special summon a Dragon, Ixie, or Pendulum from your extra deck, but its attack and defense becomes 0. Its effects are negated, and it cannot be used as Synchro or Ixie material. Yo. Odd Eyes Winged Synchron? Its effects are negated though, right? Oh, now they have the 13 scale. Okay. They can link with it though. Your effects are negated. That don't work. Did you do all that just to summon a negated thing? It doesn't even say, like, until the end of the turn. Like, it just effects are negated and its attack and defense are 0. Okay, they're blowing up the Celestial Musician. And then they can add something back. How are they at 1800? I attacked them for a lot and burned them. You go, Golem! Well, they got scales between 1 and 13, so in theory they could pendulum something really big. They aren't, but in theory they could. Do we just attack? I am slightly worried about whatever that face down is. Let's do this just to be certain. Get out of here, No. Okay, it was useless. Alright. So after a rough start, we get a win, and we rank up into Silver 3. Yes. Oh, and I guess we should show the little thing, the little rank up animation. Some people like to see that. Okay. Also, now that we're out of a duel, welcome, Raiders. How did your stream go? You have a good time? I'm Hardleg Joe, if you didn't know. And we're recording for YouTube, which is why I couldn't greet you properly during that episode. I didn't want to derail the content. But now that we're in between, tell me about these snakes. Oh, he's already left. Gotta sleep before the big trip tomorrow, but it's nice to meet you. Ah. I tip my hat. I'm sure some of the people that raided are still here. So you can let me know. Was your stream fun? I assume you all were playing Yu-Gi-Oh! As well? How's your hand after clubbing yourself? Perfectly fine. Fortunately, I didn't break anything. Yeah, if you weren't here yesterday, does anyone have that clip? I could show that clip on stream. I'm curious to see how it looked. I do post the link in chat. I don't want to have to search for things. The Star Fox VTuber? Huh. Oh, snap. I got myself, with my pizza, a wild cherry Pepsi, which I have not had in a dog's age. Frost Hollow, thank you for the 53 months. Something went wrong. We couldn't find the clip. Will it be right when I actually post it? Ah, there we go. Here we go. Okay. Window capture. We're gonna do Joeception. Joe reacting to Joe. Stop trying to collaborate. A result of like modern SEO search algorithms, but they're like, yeah, if your kid's into T-ball, you can get them this aluminum bat. Or if you need something to protect your home, this can be used as a weapon to fight off intruders. Or if you're fishing, this is a bat that you can use to kill the fish instantly. So instead of it starving, or not starving, but instead of it suffocating, like you bring up the fish on the hook and then you just whack it in the head. Ow! Oh, fuck. I didn't mean to hit myself. Joe has become React Joe. Yeah, I'm not sure if you can hear. It's so soft and so quiet, but there's like this tiny little ting where it hits. It just barely hits me on like the knuckle bone. See if we can just whack it in the head. Ah! Oh. Ding! Ah! Yeah, I was trying to get like close. I was like, whoop. I was like, I gotta hit right here, just right on the tip of my pinky. It's essential to the comedic timing. Funny joke. How are you today, Aram? Or not Aram. Eros. I got most of the letters right. Okay. And yeah, for the new people who are here, assuming you stayed, we're doing a Master Duel Masochist run. If you're unfamiliar with this, it's a challenge run. You start by opening 20 master packs. Ugh, pardon me. That wild cherry Pepsi, I tell you what. You get 20 master packs, and then you go on the ladder with whatever jank you happen to build. And every time you win a duel, you get 1 master pack. Unless you rank up like we just did, then you get 2 master packs. Peter Griffin scraping his knee. Alright, first win of the day. We get ourselves a master pack, and it's even got a shiny surprise. It's purple for Pride Month. We've got all the rainbows. Maybe it'll be a good card? We'll see. First, we've got Gaia, the Midnight Sun. Only use each effect once per turn. Tribute another light monster, add a Dark Warrior from your deck to your hand, then send a card from your hand to the graveyard. Banish a Dark Warrior from your graveyard, target a monster on the field, it loses 500 attack. It's like bad chaos support that wasn't even worth it when it came out. And we got another Grandpa Demeto, we already have that. Oh? You gotta be shitting me. They give me EUR, and one, it's one of the worst URs, but also, we already have this! This is our second Hazy Flame Basiltris. Even if we could make this, it wouldn't do a whole lot. Oh. Alright, then we got a Fabled Cockator. We've got Coach King Giant Trainer, which we can't make. We've got Knight Armed Dragon, the Armored Knight Dragon. The card with the most redundant name, I think, and also just not new. Ooh, hold up. Time Space Trap Hole. When your opponent special summons a monster from the hand or extra deck, shuffle it into the deck, and you lose 1,000 for each monster returned this way. Remember, this was really good in Pendulum format, because they would Pendulum like 3 or 4 from the hand, and it would be well worth it to take the 3,000 to just shuffle those all into the deck. I'm not sure if it's worth it these days, because oftentimes they can just shuffle it back and it doesn't negate the summon. But, might be useful, And what's our UR? It can't possibly be another Hazy Flame Basiltris, right? You've gotta be shitting me. Chaos Max Dragon! Maximum Dragon! So, don't get me wrong, this is not a terrible card. In fact, this might be a build around. We've been getting a whole lot of, like, ritual support. We've got several of the incantations. We've got several Necros things we might be able to use. I don't know if we can get to this, but if we can, like, fuck. I'm starting to think, if you don't know, this can't be targeted, can't be destroyed, 4,000 attack, and if it attacks a defense position monster, it does double piercing. Which means you can build a deck around like 0 defense monsters and stuff like creature swap. Like if you can give your opponent a 0 attack or 0 defense monster and attack into this, you just win because it does 8,000 damage. I don't think we'll be building it today, but this definitely has the potential for like a go second OTK build. Like, fuck, I think we have a kaiju. Summon a kaiju? We'll have to see. Okay, so that's what we get for winning our duel. What do we get for ranking up into Silver 3? For persisting in the face of defeat. Worm Apocalypse. He coming at you. He wiggling. He dancing. Target a spell trap on the field, destroy it. This would have been good back when we first started, but not these days. Magispector Storm. Good for the pendulum pile. Tribute a wind spellcaster, target a monster, shuffle it into the deck. If you never played with Magispectors, they were one of those interesting pendulum decks that had like a cool loop where they were all wind spellcasters, and you had these spells that like tributed them to remove stuff. So you would like use them as ammunition, and then just pendulum summon them back on the field. And they all like search cards, so you know, you do it again every turn. Watt Kinetic Puppeteer, one of the weirdest hand traps ever printed. Quick effect. Send this from your hand or field to the graveyard. Target one monster your opponent controls. Move that target to another zone. He turns every card into Move Man. Yeah, I remember, I think this came out around the start of Link format, and people were like, ooh, this is gonna be a game changer. You can mess up their Link zones, and it never was. Just never. RB counter, yeah. Then we got the Fabled Nuzuche. Might have to look into our Fabled stuff here. We've got another Altergeist trap monster. Got another Dogmatica Nexus. Got another Infinitrack Anchor Drill and our SR. Cyber Jormungandr. I mean, it's got cool art. It's got like that very modern kind of looking art. Really cool bendy Cyber Dragon. Cannot be normal summoned or set. Must be special summoned by a card effect. If your opponent controls a monster, you could summon this from your hand, then take a Cyber Dragon in your deck and either summon it or equip it as an equip spell. You cannot special summon for the rest of the turn except for machines. You can return one Cyber Dragon you control to the hand to add one Polymerization from your deck to your hand. So yeah, I'm pretty sure we have a Cyber Dragon. I think we played that earlier. So this by itself is like a free rank 5, but only for machines. Or a free Cyber Dragon fusion, assuming we have Polymerization. And I don't know if we have either of those, but we'll give it a look. Again, it's not going to do anything for the deck we're playing right now, but this could be useful in the future. We got some good future pickups. Okay. 2 master packs. Why is it German? All the Cyber Dragons are German themed. What happened to Genesis Apocalypse Season 2? It wasn't popular enough. People wanted Fill in the Jank more. Yeah, we have a Chaos form. And a bunch of stuff to summon with it. Gishki Chain, the Egg, Bookstone, Drytrons, I believe we have, well, I got a lot of stuff. Yeah, we can't look through all of this tonight. Ah, there we go. High Ritual Art. Ritual summon any monster in the deck by tributing normal monsters from your hand. So if we made a normal / ritual deck, we could have Mystery Shell Dragons. 2 Mystery Shell Dragons in hand can get Cyber Dragon, or Chaos Max from the deck. And also, these are 0 defense. And we do have a creature swap. So, yeah, very... yeah, this is definitely one of those things we could try next time. Yep, we have a Cyber Dragon. We've got a core. And yeah, if you're like, wait, the Cyber Dragons are German? Cyber Dragon Dry? Cyber Dragon Zwei? Eins, Frei, Drei? 1, 2, and 3? I thought they had other... Oh, maybe it's... Cyber Dragon Veer. Cyber Dragon Hers. Nashter. A lot of them have German names for whatever reason. We don't have Infinity or Nova. Do we have any rank 5 machine Ixies? No. Do we have prep or preparations of rites? I don't think so. Prepare. No. Oh yeah, and Seeger. Zane in Japan is named Kaiser. That makes sense. Can we check Hazy Flames for fun? I mean, we've got a lot of Hazy Flames. But this is like an early Ixie deck. We play all these and the payoff is... Wait, do we have fucking 3 Basiltriss? Gotta be shitting me. Look at your UR luck, yeah. And 1 Dinomicious, by the way. Can we dismantle it? No. Maybe that'll be a thing where... No, one of the core conceits of Masochist is that, like, you're not allowed to choose anything. Whatever we get, it has to be randomly decided. Maybe we could spin a wheel. Let's see. Number owned. I'm looking at the number of things that I have 4 of that I can actually dismantle a copy of. Yeah, that'd be too many to, like, make some kind of thing about it now. Science Soldier. That's what I was maybe thinking, like, okay, if we get a 4th Basiltriss, can we break down one of them and, like, maybe spin one on a wheel? Maybe as a reward for getting into Diamond or something. Do you have any more Assault Mode cards? No, not since last time. Alright. Going first makes me feel alive. Something, something, hyperdrive. I'm still tired, although the pizza and the soda has helped. It makes me feel like I'm a kid at Chuck E. Cheese again. I was not a very enthusiastic kid. Great, we got the 1 really high level. Send a worm from your deck. Yes, don't do anything. Do I do this just to, like... Yeah. I think we just wait. I've got 2 traps. That'll help me against this 56 card deck with a 14 card extra deck. Oh. The Dictator of D. Shit. They choose the attack targets while they control blue eyes. Oh hey, it's a maiden. Discard a blue eyes or a card that mentions it, summon a blue eyes. So you could have discarded maiden. Spirit with eyes of blue. I think I'll allow it. They got the mausoleum. Which they got for no reason, because they have nothing else to normal summon. This doesn't mention blue eyes, so they can special summon one from their graveyard. Now I just have to hope, chat, that they do not have Jet Dragon in their hand. Otherwise, I'm just a deadman. Also, Duel Links player. Alright, they making him big. Another one. Not so fast, Kret. I activate Blazing Mirror Force. Burn in eternal hellfire, Blue Eyes. Oh, but it was worth the damage. Okay, we didn't get hit by Jet Dragon. That's cool. Now, can I get a worm? That's a worm. It ain't a great worm, but it's a worm. Okay. Let's special summon this. Hello. Fuck it. You know what, let's just normal summon this. That way I can't accidentally lost wind myself. Battle phase. 24. And we'll set the blackout, which we really don't want to use, but we will if we must. How much damage was that again? Let me check. I'm not exactly sure. I think it was 21! That was weird. Anyone else smell burnt toast? Okay, now they've got the King of D, whose name is treated as the Lord of D. And they're gonna make him big. Not big enough, though. You do not control another beacon of white, and you have 3 blue eyes. Target them, special summon, but negate their effects. Also equip it. Target one of them. Other monsters you control cannot attack. They can attack that number each battle phase. Okay. I can't just lost wind it, right? So they get back the blue eyes. Yeah, okay, Lost Wind is live. So I just wait for him to attack. Blue eyes! Not so fast, Kret. You've activated my trap card. You'll find that your dragon is lost amid the wind. Well, fuck you too then, Kret. If you're going to cheat, then I will also cheat. That's what trap cards are. Cheating. Everyone's gonna die. There we go. Okay, we're good. Although they still have the card advantage on me. I really need a normal monster. You're not a normal monster. And outside, the loudest truck in the world roars to victory. Get out of here, truck. No one wants to hear you. Lightning storm. I guess we just save it, right? I might as well... Do I want to send a worm to the graveyard? Yeah, I might as well just... Part of me wants to do this to deck thin, and part of me is like... You want to keep this in hand to discard in case you get like a good, like, counter trap. There's only really one monster in the deck that I don't want to draw. I think it's unlikely that I'll draw it. Mill Chi-Win, that won't really help me. You have spoken it into existence. I don't believe in made-up shit like that. There's no way I will draw the high-level Fire Sword Soul card. See? You just gotta believe. Of course, this isn't much better. Do I just blow out for 3? Yeah. Because I may have to flip this up in order to survive next time. So let's just get rid of these 3. Fuck. I should have done it before I said. It didn't occur to me that he would have good cards in his deck. Yep, I guess a 3 for 3. I could have just waited. Now I got a normal monster. Alright, alright. Go, Mystery Shell Dragon. Show them the true mystery of the druids. We'll get rid of the one that we don't want. Now, I mean you. And then because I control a non-effect monster, I can get Shithana. That'll give me some protection. Battle phase. This wouldn't have been game, right? Yeah, only 400. Okay. I've got this, and I've got this to recycle it. So unless they get Jet Dragon and bounce it back to my hand, I think I'm good. Alright. This could be it. Bixie. Alright, Mystery Shell Dragon. Show them the true mystery of the afterlife. Attack directly! He got a little ahead of me. He did it before I said it. But we did it. We got another win. Yay. Okay. 159. Duel. That's duel 1011 and win number 404. Okay, give me a second. I'm gonna go put the rest of my I'm gonna grab one more slice of pizza. I'm gonna put the rest of the pizza in the fridge. And actually, while I'm doing that, we'll just go and play an ad while we're here. You ain't missing anything. We'll be back shortly. And for those of you that are still here, well, thank you. I appreciate it. Here you go. Enjoy a song. I'll be back. Oh, someone wanted to see the deck. Pardon me. That's a pile of cards, I tell you what. Why punish us? I didn't punish you. With an ad? The ads weren't meant to punish you. Okay, so you were right. I could have been hit with Chaos Max Dragon. I also could have been hit with Slifer and Obelisk, but not Ra. I could have been hit with Malefic Blue Eyes. I could not have been hit with Blue Eyes Shining Dragon because they need Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. I guess they could have made that with polymerization. One Mirror Force, one Sakuretsu Armor, one Ash Blossom, and a Red Eyes to go along with the Blue Eyes. I wish I could play Masochist, maybe one day. Why can't you? We got a sweet, sweet master pack. We got a sweet, sweet pack in there. It's at ha! Another Infernoid Piety? We already got one of those. Still not enough Infernoids to make anything. Another Mutant Evolution Lab, which makes the mutants a little more playable. Oh hey, another Infernoid. Harmadic. No comment. Cannot be normal summoned or said. Must be special summoned by banishing one Infernoid from your hand or graveyard. You can target one monster on the field, destroy it. This card cannot attack the turn this effect was activated. And then it's got the standard banish your opponent's graveyard. And if we can get enough Infernoids, that's absolutely a deck we can play. We just need a lot of them. We need many, many. Eye of the Void. Special summon one Infernoid from your hand, ignoring its summoning conditions. What are the chances that in this one master pack I would get 3 Infernoid cards? Maiden of Blue Tears, which we already have. Vendread Daybreak, which we already have. Rescue, which we already have. And Lunalight White Rabbit. Bump, 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 bump. So, yeah. Nothing all that. One new Infernoid. I really wish someone was asking, they're like, how come you're not playing the Tenyi Link 1 in your Tenyi deck? Like, it would be nice if we had one. They're like, you've played 1,000 duels and you haven't gotten one of those? No. No, we haven't. We've gotten like 3 Rescue, and we've gotten several Infernoids, but only 2 Tenyi cards. And 3 of the Hazy Flames, yeah. Dick. Well, I guess it is Masochist. Dun 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 dun. So, one more win and we go up into Silver 2. Maybe we'll do it. I don't know. I'm too tired to be overconfident at the moment. I ain't been sleeping the best. Well, that's pretty darn good. That's like almost the best hand this deck. I mean, we don't have anything to banish. Oh, and we're going second. Fuck. Shit, if only we had gone first! Okay, they're using Soul Servant to place a card on top of their deck before they search with Shining Sark. So whatever card they place on top of the deck will then get shuffled when they activate Shining Sarcophagus. Did you... So they put the Shining Sark Dark Magician on top and then shuffle... Alright, not the best player, but... Unfortunately, Shining Sark is in the same category as Red Eyes, as in far as, it's a deck with a card that just lets you search every turn, and I might not be able to beat that. Can't be destroyed by monster effects, but I might be able to destroy it with, Long Wand. Of course, if they make, what's it called? That fucker. Goon? Are they going to be gooning? They only have 12 cards in the extra deck, so it doesn't seem likely. They got the Magician's Rod. They like Rodney Mullen in his prime. Ah, that's what I should have shown while I was on commercial break. Y'all ever seen Rodney Mullen skateboarding? He's insane. I don't know why Tony Hawk got a game based after him. They should have based it after that guy. Okay, you're chaining Gaze of Timaeus. So, Soul Servant is banish, draw cards equal to the number of Dark Magicians in your graveyard. And now they are banishing the one Dark Magician from their graveyard. Which I'm curious to see, will this mean they get to draw no cards? They do have Dragoon. No, they do still get to draw one, because there was one when they activated it. Okay, so let me read this real quick, though. I believe... We'll banish it during the end phase of the next turn. So, the best thing we can do here is just... set this... normal summon Thunder King Ryo to stop them from going crazy next turn. Okay. Unfortunately, this guy counts as Dark Magician. I will not go quietly into the night. Your rod is done for. I think we do actually set this, as much as I don't want to. And then at the end phase, you go goodbye-bye. Bye, Dragoon. Ah. Do I want to summon this? No, I need to keep a worm in hand so I can summon Long Wand. I just gotta hope they can't kill me from this position. Strength in unity. You cannot special summon except for synchros. Yeah, I'll do this. So you're gone. But I will get... Who's the one that's unaffected by traps? It's you. I don't have any level 4s, unfortunately. Oh, I do! I can make a Mary Melfi's that's unaffected by traps. Now they can get Dark Magic Attack. Blow up all my spell traps. Goodbye. Pity I didn't include any level 12s. I could get a level 6. Unfortunately, all I can do is bounce it back to the hand. Granted, bouncing this to the hand would destroy all monsters they control. But it's still probably better to get Shenying if I can. The only unfortunate thing is I don't have any way to trigger it. Oh wait, I do! Haggard Lizardos! Hold up. Okay, they fusion summoning. What you making, Jamaican? Dark Magician, the Knight of Dragon Magic. If your monster, it does piercing. When your monster destroys a monster by battle, you can inflict. If this card is destroyed, summon Dark Magician and Gaia from your deck or extra deck. Okay. That's unfortunate. Gadget Trio. Fuck, are they about to get a monster negate? Yeah, if we could just get Shenying and then find a way to trigger it. Opponent's monster declares an attack or an effect is activated that would destroy monsters on the field, while a monster that mentions Shining Sarcophagus on the field. Hold up! When a monster's destroys as many attack positions, then if you control Dark Magician, inflict 500. The first time each monster you control that mentions Shining would be destroyed, it is not. So, if I make Shenying, and I attack into Gadget Trio, and they activate that, it'll trigger Shenying, I can banish Eternal Soul. And then they're adding 1,000 knives, hopefully. Yep, that ain't gonna help you. Okay, go long one. It's been a long one. Getting from there to here. Alright. It's my boss monster. Like a boss. 1,200 damage. Okay. Battle phase. Attack. Mirror Force me? Come on, you know you want to Mirror Force. Shit, they're actually reading. I may be in danger. I am not in danger. Yeah, I'll stop from being destroyed. Let's banish this. Activate the effect. Oh, you know it. We're going to get rid of this, and yeah, we'll get rid of this Dark Magician as well. Oh, make sure we get rid of this first, and then this thing that counts as Dark Magician. That'll trigger. That'll also trigger this. You done goofed. Attack mode! So this doesn't die, because the first time it would, it gets saved. Oh. Yeah, I'll continue the attack. The first time it would be destroyed, it's not, but the second time it will be destroyed. They do have Stronghold the Hidden Fortress. Banish it. Okay. You need to shotgun it. They have Gandora. Do they? I mean, I guess I might as well. Reincarnation. Stronghold. They added it last turn. Ah, I missed that part. Okay. So we banish that. They draw 2 more. That triggers Chen Ying. We'll get rid of that. And I think this has a graveyard effect. We're not out of the woods yet, but we're feeling better. Shit. Okay, they sent that off. That's good. If they fusion summoned with this on the field, they could have just banished me. Alright, we made it out! Through the power of the human spirit. And also this card I found. Oh, that was a rank up. I like to rank up. Let's go get a rank up pack. Win number 405. Pardon me. Rank up Dragon Masochist Force. You know what? I'm feeling it. I'm thinking it. I'm thinking this is one fine master pack. Oh, shooby-doo-wop, shooby-doo-way, yeah. Start right off with it. She and Smoke Signal. Well, that does make the Six Samurai slightly better. I don't think it's like a game changer or whatever, but, you know, it's a nice pickup. Mirror of the Ice Barrier. During this turn, each time a card is banished from your hand, field, or graveyard by your opponent's activated monster effect, apply the following effects based on where the cards are banished. If they banish from your hand, banish 2 cards from your opponent's hand. And likewise for the field. This is basically the anti-Trishula card. If they Trishula you, you Trishula them back for double. Do you have multiple accounts? Yes. How do you reset your rank? Your rank resets, if you, like, every month it goes down 1. And I just have a different account for the Masochist. Alright, then we've got Tearlament Soliek, which would be good if we could get a whole bunch more Tearlaments. We've got Rebuildir, funny. We've got Blackwing, Boreas the Sharp. During your main phase, you can banish this from the graveyard. Target a Blackwing you control, and if that monster attacks this turn, you take no battle damage. It is not destroyed by battle, and destroy the monster that battled it after damage calculation. Why is this level 5 Blackwing with an awful graveyard effect not in the legacy packs? The hell? King Scarlet. Rising Sun Slash, and Herratic Seal of Reflection. When a spell trap card or effect is activated, tribute a Herratic, negate it, and if you do destroy, I don't think I have enough Herratics to make that work. Maybe someday. A fairly fine master pack. I guess it was fine. But I'm thinking this next one, the one we get for ranking up into Silver 2, is a great master pack. I don't have a song for it, but you know, I can feel it. This is gonna be a game changer. We got it. Okay, that one's not a game changer, and that one's not a game changer. They're giving me another Hazy Flame. They really want me to play Hazy Flames, don't they? Your opponent cannot target this. Once per turn, you contribute another fire monster. This gains 300 attack. This is like the worst Hazy Flame. How am I supposed to summon this? It's a level 6. Evil Twins present. We already have Puppet Shark. We already have Shien's Daredevil is like bad 6 Samurai support. Okay, so these two really got to make up for it. Beat Raptor. Boom, 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 beat. Negate the effects of monsters in the extra monster zone, while this card is in the main monster zone. It's destroyed by battle. Special summon another Beat Raptor from your deck. Interesting little floodgate that had the potential to be good in Master Rule 4 and just never was. I think some people might have like side-decked it against like specific decks, but yeah, unfortunately it's just not quite good enough. But maybe we'll use it someday if we make like a dinosaur deck. It's just another good dinosaur. And Lord of the Tachyon Galaxy. If you control Galaxy Eyes Tachyon Dragon specifically, I'm sorry, no, a Galaxy Eyes Tachyon Dragon monster. I didn't know there were several monsters with that whole thing added onto it. You can activate this from your hand. During the battle phase, detach one material from a Galaxy Eyes, shuffle the monsters your opponent controls into the deck that were normal or special summoned this turn. Control a sea monster, this card activation cannot be negated. I mean, it's a strong card if you can make Galaxy Eyes, but that's like a rank 8 archetype. I mean, we do have some Galaxy Eyes, we just don't have enough rank 8s to make it, so this was, in fact, not a great master pack. I guess I need to come up with a great master pack song. Either way, let's jump back into it. At 222, I opened 2 master packs. I got too excited there. They want us to carry the flame. I guess so. I don't want to be Charlie Kirk. That guy was an asshole. Okay. Well. Back on the ladder again, my friend. We're going back on the ladder again. Boom, 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 boom. What? I guess we are going back on the ladder. Shit. 224. Funny moment. I thought Hazy Flame was some awful anime deck. The thing is, right, when Hazy Flames were released, they were like a decent rogue deck. You know, they weren't absolutely awful. But they were at the start of the Ixie era. And you gotta understand that gameplay at the Ixie era was like, every turn you would summon 2 monsters and make 1 Ixie monster. Like, that was it. And the fact that you could, like, summon 2 level 6s was, like, a big deal and, like, was supposed to be difficult. Because getting monsters that high was, like, tricky. It's from the same school of thought as, like, the first Constellar archetype. But unlike all those other... What are some early Ixie archetypes? Like, Evil Swarm, Constellar, I know there was more than that. I guess early ninjas, those were never really all that viable. Heroic champions. All the rest of those decks got support. Utopia wasn't like a an archetype back then. Chronomaly, yeah. Battling Boxers. Yeah, they're on par. Like, Hazy Flames used to be on par with, like, Battling Boxers. The difference is Battling Boxers got continued support, and Hazy Flames, I don't think, ever got anything past their initial release. They're just like, here's 6 cards and a Nixie. Bye. Goodbye. Fuck. So I've got the ability to search, but if I searched what I searched, I guess it's worth doing. Oh, okay. We take those? We take those. Good, I didn't want to have to figure that out anyway. The threat of set 1 pass was enough. Huh. Yeah, I don't want to have too much time in between. Alright, we didn't earn this master pack, but I mean, we get it by the rules, and I'll technically take a master pack. Sure, why not? Make this quick. We've got another Marincess Wave, which is good, but we need a lot more Marincess to make it work. Brain Control, another card that we already have and aren't using, but maybe someday could be good. Another Mutant card. Another Ancient Warrior we already have. Another Earthbound Immortal card. Oh, Dotscaper. Really good for the Cybers pile. This, if you don't know, if this card's sent to the graveyard, special summon it. If this card is banished, special summon it. You can only use 1 effect per turn, and you can only use each effect once per duel. But sometimes that's enough. You know, you normal summon this, you special summon something, you send them both to the graveyard for a link, it summons itself back. You banish it later in the combo, it summons itself back. It's like 3 link material in 1. Then we got Radiant Typhoon Ascendance. If it's destroyed by a Mystical Space Typhoon, you can set it, and then you can activate one of these effects. Add an MST, special summon a level 6 or lower Radiant Typhoon from your graveyard. I don't think we have any Radiant Typhoon, so I probably can't use it. We might have an MST. Maybe it's worth playing just to, like, pretend we're playing a good deck. Hard to say. And our last card, another Rox Rose that we already have. Okay, back onto it, back onto it. You have MSTs from the master packs, or from the starter decks, but they're both illegal. No, I don't even have them from the starters. They're in the legacy packs. A high-stakes battle for both of us. Whoever wins this will get into Silver 1. And I'm going first, which gives me a small advantage. If I was playing a good deck, it would give me a huge advantage, but I ain't. Oh, come on. You can make it. I believe in you. There we go. We barely made it. Fuck. Yep. Set a Tenyi? Or, sorry, Yang Zing? Set a card? Your move. 40 card deck, 15 card extra deck. So they've at least got consistent. Not consistent. Oh, I guess it, yeah, would be consistent. They've got good ratios, deck building ratios. The question is, are they playing a good deck? Wow, they really having a thunk about it. Maybe it's just because I'm tired, but it feels like we've been here for at least 7 minutes. 7.5, maybe. Might just run out the timer. Not the most exciting of things. I really wish I could come up with another long monologue like I did that one time when I told a story about a bridge, but unfortunately, my mind is not in the right headspace to do so. My mind is somewhere else, on vacation, perhaps? Chilling in the backyard, laying in a, what are those called? Like not a lawn chair, like a deck chair, you know, by the pool, where you get to, like, hang out, and they've got, like, the weird nylon stuff behind you, so it's, like, kind of stretchy. The Shadow Realm? No, it's not in the Shadow Realm. Like, my mind is chilling, it ain't, like, stressed or whatever, but it's like, you ask it if it wants to come up with a story, and it's like, nah, dog, I just wanna sip some lemonade. I'm like, I don't even like lemonade. And they're like, well, I'm your mind, I'm different from you. I was like, are you? That feels kind of weird. In fact, I'm uncertain how we're even having this conversation. And they're like, well, you see, your mind is like the upper part of your brain, but you still got like the brain stem, like the spinal column, that contains some base amount of your lizard brain. And it just so happens that your lizard brain is pretty good at conversation. You know, you played so much Yu-Gi-Oh! At this point that you can almost do it on instinct. Like, I would not be surprised if you ever had kids, they would probably come out the womb able to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Having some, like, innate style. Like, you set some cards in front of that baby, and they're going to be able to know, like, where to set their back row and everything. They'll be playing around Mech Knights without ever understanding why. Life's weird like that, you know? I'm like, you really are on vacation. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Will they attack around Gores? Probably. I don't know, I don't feel like that's ever been, like, super in my instincts. I kind of played after Gores' time. I am curious, though, you know, while we're here, just kind of chilling out, talking about stuff, comment in the comments, when did you start playing Yu-Gi-Oh? Assuming you did play Yu-Gi-Oh! I guess if you haven't played Yu-Gi-Oh! At all, you can let us know, but I assume almost everyone here has played it at some point. If you're unfamiliar with my story, I didn't really start playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Until I was in, like, my 20s. Like, the game came out when I was, like, a kid, but I thought it was dumb when I was a kid. I didn't have any friends who were into it. So by the time I, like, went to my first locals, it was, like, ICSI format. So I have, like, you know, there's all these people nostalgic about Goat and Edison and, like, playing these, like, playground formats and Dark Arm Dragon, and I just completely passed by all of that. Like, the first locals I went to, there was a guy playing Inzektor. I'm sorry, not Inzektor. Wind Up? I think it was Wind... It might have been both. I don't know. I started in 2023. Yeah, there's a lot of people that got started way late into the game. Like, I used to feel like I was the odd one out because, again, I didn't start until the game already had a bunch of stuff in there. But now I'm seeing more and more people where they're like, yeah, I picked up the game around Snake Eye format. Well, timeout win. Timeout win. They were too intimidated by my set cards. Either that or they thought I was a crazy person. Like, could you just imagine if, like, you sat down next to someone and they set 2 cards, and then instead of talking to you, they turned to the side and started having a conversation with their brain? I would be a little stunned, too. I might get up and walk away. Hard to say. Hard to leg. Either way, we get 2 packs. Two-pack. Huh. I think this was a bot. I think it was just a bot. This really strikes me as someone who has opened the new pack, like exactly 2 of them, and just stuffed whatever they found into it. Although they do have some stuff from the solo mode, so who fucking knows? Alright, we're master. We're packing. We're picking some of that action. We're opening up some cards. We're doing it with Hardleg. Sylvan Hermitry. This is, I mean, it's a good card in the Sylvan archetype. I'm not even going to bother reading it, but Mr. Metal, if you want to put up the Yugi poop for the tree, I always thought that one was really funny. Made that a while ago. Then we got Ixie Remora. That's Remora. You can special summon this by detaching 2 materials from a monster you control. When summoned this way, you can target 2 level fish in your graveyard, special summon them in defense, their effects are negated, they can't attack or change their battle positions, and cannot be used as material for an Ixie, except for an Ixie summon of a water monster. This is one of those cards that always seems like it would be really good, but you usually want to keep the material on the things that you got. You gotta already have some setup. Then we've got Shadow Vampire, who I really like the art. It's like this weird giant, like, Titan vampire that's like walking over the mountains. Very creepy. Can't be used as Ixie material except for a dark monster. When this card is normal summoned, you can special summon a dark vampire from your hand or deck, but monsters you control can't attack except for that special summoned monster. Not great. Then we've got Constellar Virgo, which we've already got. We've got another Melfi Pinny, good for the like level 2 beast deck, makes that a little better. We got Pear Psychroid. It's an angry bike. And we've got Frightfur Meister. I always forget that Frightfurs, like, have a pendulum card. I think they have, like, 2 of them. They're not very good. So, Pendulum, you contribute a Frightfur, Fluffle, or Edge Imp. Special summon a Fiend from your deck with the same level but a different name. I wonder if you could use this to, like, bridge Fluffles into Fiendsmith, because you could just get like a light fiend of the same level, possibly. Oops. And then on the field, which would be hard to do because it's a level 8 monster, during your main phase, you can summon a Frightfur, Fluffle, or Edge Imp from your deck. You can't summon out of the extra deck except for fusions. Tribute 2 or more fiends. Special summon a Frightfur fusion from your extra deck whose levels equal the combined levels of that monster. This is treated as a fusion summon. It's like a fusion synchro. Weird. Weird and probably not useful for us. What's our special one, our shiny? Fire King Skyburn. I don't have a ton of Fire King cards, but this makes them a lot better. Target an equal number of Fire King monsters you control and cards your opponent controls. Destroy them. If a Fire King card would be destroyed by a card effect, you can banish this instead. Also, Akame214, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Yeah, pretty good if we ever get the Fire Kings. Alright, and then we get our rank up pack. This is for persisting. This is for telling like a long enough monologue to keep people invested. Hopefully you enjoyed that. Let me know. I can cut it out in the future. If we got a slow duel, I'll just stand up and go use the restroom or whatever. It's Croissant! He's so adorable! He's got the little like butt. Then we got Battle Guard Rage, good for warriors. We've got Nemesis Keystone, which is not the best Nemesis because it doesn't search the one we want. But it's not terrible, not terrible. We've got a Karakuri card that we don't care. I guess I'll read it still. Each time a Karakuri monster battle position is changed, place a counter on this. You can send it to the graveyard, draw 1 card for each Karakuri. Karakuris already have enough draw power, you probably don't want to use that one. We got Ghost Trick Witch. Can't be normal summoned or set, or sorry, it can be set. It can't be normal summoned unless you control a Ghost Trick. Once per turn, change this card face down. Once per turn, target a monster your opponent controls, change it face down. It's just Book of Moon, but in witch form. Then we got another Hell Shadal, which we already possessed. Limit Overdrive. Quick effect. Target a Tuner Synchro monster and a non-Tuner Synchro you control. Return them that you control to the extra deck. Special summon a Synchro from your extra deck that has a level equal to the combined level that the 2 monsters had on the field, ignoring its summoning conditions. So this is a way to cheat out, kind of, something like Blazar Dragon that's kind of made entirely redundant by the fact that Crimson Dragon exists. But maybe if we ever get like a Cosmic Blazar or whatever, this would be easier. Because we don't have to use 3 monsters, we just gotta get a tuner and a non-tuner and this card. Probably not, but, you know, I like to look on the bright side of life. What's our last card here? Anything decent? Star Eater? Not terrible. I mean, really, there's only 2 level 11 synchros that are good. It's this one and Pep. And Psychic End Punisher is by far the better of the 2, but this is not terrible. So it must be synchroed. It can't be negated. When it's summoned, cards and effects can't be activated, which basically means, like, no Trap Hole, no Torrential Tribute, and if it attacks, it's unaffected until the end of the damage step. So it's just a big bungus. It's just a big 3200 beater that's like a little sticky. Like, you can't Solemn it, you can't Torrential Tribute it, you can't Mirror Force it. It was pretty decent when it came out, if you could get enough stars on board. These days, probably not great, but, you know, depending on how our levels shake out, maybe someday we'll play this. Probably not today, though. For now, let's just jump back into it. Duel 10, not duel. Okay. Give me a moment, chat. My pizza keeps getting cold before I can finish eating it. So I think I'm going to take a very, very short break just to finish this slice of pizza. We'll just take another minute-long ad break, and I can show you that Rodney Mullen video I was talking about, since it's stuck in my head now. Y'all can see some skateboarding. Y'all like skateboarding, right? Do they call him Hardleg because this game is hard? Yes. Let's see. And let me, real quick, just to give you some reference. Because I always like to... I feel like if you've never looked up a whole lot of, whatchamacallit, like actual skateboarding, a lot of people know skateboarding from the Tony Hawk's games. I mean, that's where I learned it, but I also had friends who were actual skateboarders, who could tell you, like, just how impressive it is to, like, land a kickflip. And so I want to give you an example, because this is where I first saw Rodney Mullen, was in this video at the end of Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3. Depending on who you beat the game with, they had a video of, like, the real person. So, like, this is Tony Hawk. This is the guy you've probably, like, that's on the game. You know, they named the game after him because he was so impressive, right? He going through the loops. Yeah, and that was the 900. The thing he was known for was a 900-degree turn, which I think is 3.5 or 2.5. 1, 2, yeah, 3. 3 full rotations. That's pretty impressive. And the thing is, if you look, a lot of these other people who made it, they're all like professional skaters. They're all good, but a lot of them are like, you know, they'll grind a rail and then they'll like jump off it, or they'll jump over some stairs. Anyway, here's Rodney Mullen. I remember seeing the handstand manual in the game and thinking that was like a funny thing they invented. It's like, no, the Rodney Mullen can do that. Like, what the fuck is that? How is that possible? He's like sliding on the wrong side of the board. Motherfucker's doing a combo. Bros playing with moms. This music is so good, yeah. AFI, back when they were more punky. Imagine how many times he fell. Oh, yeah. He's broken more bones than anything. You don't get that good without falling a lot. Yeah. Unfortunately, he's got a whole bunch of, like, arthritis and shit now. He's still alive, though. But there's this one trick that always, like... It's another thing that, It goes so fast, it's almost hard to, like, see. I'm like, I'm gonna slow it down. We're gonna go 50% here on this. Why are you looking at skateboard videos? Still too fast. Yeah, I'm just eating some pizza real quick, so we were doing this. But that's called a kickflip underflip, which is where you do a kickflip and let it go all the way around, and then before it goes all the way around, you do it backwards and do a heel flip and land up where you were. And like just doing that from like not a ramp or anything. Just flat off the ground. Insanity. Man has springs in his legs. Okay. I love skateboarding. It's pretty neat. I'm curious if, like, it's weird because it did seem like there was like an arms race going on. I remember watching like a documentary about skateboarding talking about like from like the 70s into the 90s, it felt like every few years like the bar got raised. Where it was like at first even just like landing after jumping off a ramp was tricky. Like ollieing in general was tricky. And again, even when you get to like the 90s and 2000s, a lot of the best street skaters are just like making montages where they land like a singular trick. And I kind of assumed that a whole lot of people would, like it would continue to advance, but I haven't kept up with it. I'm curious if there's people like on Rodney's level out there doing stuff now and if they're just not as popular. Skateboarding power creep. It happens to everything. Alright. Chad is telling me we're on a 4-game win streak. 5-game? I think we're on a 4-game, and we win one more, it'll be a 5-game. There we go. It feels like it takes longer to load every time. Well, all right, Walty has a 49 card deck with a 14 card extra deck. I think we'll just play it safe. See what you got. Alright, Walty, show me what you got. The last 3 duels have been non-duels. Don't let me down. I'll take a loss as long as something happens. I'm trying to entertain the people here. I can't entertain them through words alone. At least not improvised words. Alright, things not looking too good for Walty. Sure. We're going to flip up this. We've got a tuner. Tuner? I barely even know her. Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum. Let's just make Chambara, shall we? Chambara with a 500 attack boost. That's not game by any means, but it does a lot of damage. Oh, this isn't the attack boost one. That's the level 4. This one is can't be destroyed by battle. Which I guess is good. So we go up, we attack, we gain 200. We attack again, we gain 200. So they're a little over halfway dead. Let's see what you got from here. Oh, someone out there is angry. Does this do piercing? No. They can just attack twice and it gains a little attack every time it does. Come on, Walty. You don't give up. You can put... There we go. At least they got a something. And this can only do face-up monsters, so... Granted, we can just normal summon Mystery Shell, and if that has less than 2400 or can be destroyed by battle, they're gonna have a little bit of a spot of bother. Alright. Let's go. 24. I mean 26. Oh? You got something? Crossroad Sonic Chick. The tuner is sent to the graveyard. You could special summon it. But banish it when it leaves the field. Then if Junk Warrior or a card that mentions it, you can change them to defense position. But Junk Warrior is not on the field. So we go up to 25, and then we go 2,000. Well, at least they summoned a couple cards. I feel like your Synchro combo deck didn't combo Synchro the way you wanted to. Let's take a moment and look at what they were playing here. I'm curious how they could have bricked that hard. Huh. I'm guessing they had, like, both of these? Activate one of these, tribute a monster, special summon one from your hand or deck that is Junk Warrior. No, that could have been it. Yeah, I don't know what... I guess maybe they had, like, Drollin Lock and, like, Dark Ruler No More and just didn't know what to do. I don't know. I feel like they could have at least said something. A lot of this has graveyard implications. Weird. Very weird, but we take the wins we get. It was duel 10-15 and win number 408. Clearly a bot? I don't think it was. Oh yeah, that just reminds me, talking about power creep. I wonder if I can find this real quick. Called Vaulting Then versus Vaulting Now. Or it'd be like gold, metal, vault, then verse. There we go. If I can play this GIF. Yeah. Just an example of power creep. A lot of people think of power creep as like being something that that happens in like video games, but it happens in just about everything. So here's an example of the gold-winning vault from 1932 versus the gold-winning vault from 2012. Where they're like, back then, before they had a proper understanding of technique and what was possible, just being able to vault in correct form and make it over there. And now it's like, eventually some guy's like, yeah, I could do, they got good enough at doing that. They're like, what if I did that and a flip? 2012 also had the springboard. Oh, true. It's actually not the one I was looking at. Is it the women's vault? Ah, yeah, there it is. Will it work? Nope, not found. Ah, there we go. Can I make it bigger? I can. Yeah, this is 56 years apart. If I look at the one on the left has the springboard. It's like, hey, perfect form. Check it. I did a flip. Now it's a little bit more tricky. Old-timey videos actually really look like that. I always thought it was sped up or something. Stuff is so cool, yeah. Anyway, well, we gotta win. Let's go ahead and open some packs. Alright, we've been ignoring the legacy packs for too long. We got 10 of them. Let's try to pop these open real quick. Hoo-ha, flip them up, close your eyes, don't look. Phonon Pulse Dragon, not Photon. Phonon. A level 4 generic. When it's summoned, you can declare a level from 1 to 3. This becomes that level, but you're locked into synchro summons. One of those weird cards that, like, doesn't make it easier to summon monsters, but makes it easier to make, like, Excel Synchrons by giving you, like, a 4 that could technically be anything. It's all a very brief amount of playability. I can't imagine we would ever play it, although it does have synergy with that weird card, the Synchron spell that we grabbed in the last pack. It's like, hey, now we got a Synchro Tuner that can change its level. Peking Goblin. How rude. Your opponent reveals the top 3 cards of their deck. Choose one to place on the bottom of the deck. Place the other 2 on the top of the deck in any order. Probably not worth it. Great Dizard. I mean, he got that look about him, I tell you what. When this monster destroys the following number of monsters as a result of battle, the following effects are activated in order. 1. As long as this card is on the field, negate the activation and effects of all spell traps that target this card and destroy them. 2. You can special summon Fusion Richie from your hand or deck by tributing this card. This needs, like, problem-solving card decks. I don't understand how this works. When this card destroys the following number of monsters as a result of battle. So, like, do you have to do 2 in 1 turn, or does it, like, remember that it destroyed a monster that previous turn, and then if you do it again, you can summon it? Look at related cards. I mean, I know what Fusion Reach is. It can only be summoned by tributing a Great Gazard that has fulfilled its conditions. You can flip this face down. As long as this monster is face up on the field, negate all spell traps that target them. When it's flipped face up, you can special summon a zombie from your graveyard. Weird, very weird. Fulliser Dragon, the dual mode beast. This actually saw some playability for a while. It was really good in old skill drain decks, back when that was like its own playstyle. You can normal summon and set this without tributing, but its attack and defense become halved. So you could summon this under skill drain because the effect in the hand, like, let you do it, and then once it got to the field, it was negated, so it would be 2800. Or you'd, like, summon it out or set it as like a 2000, then when it got destroyed, you could bring it back as a 2800. Just a 2800 vanilla. Turret Warrior. Special summon this by tributing a warrior. It gains attack equal to the tributed monster's attack. There's a bunch of cheeky OTKs you can do with this. World Legacy World Crown. That's an actually, like, good card. Especially with the... what's it called? With the cyber slop we've got with all the Crusadias. That's actually a pretty good pickup. Novox's Prayer. You can summon Skull Guardian. Is this Voiceless Voice? This looks a little bit like Low. Javelin Beetle Pact. Summon Javelin Beetle. Wetlands. All Aqua type level 2 or lower monsters gain 1200 attack. Funnily enough, I actually play one of the really early decks I played back on What a Deck was a Paleozoic deck built around this, where I was like, Ixie summon? Who would want to do that? I'll just summon all of the Paleos as monsters and then make them 2400 beaters. As I recall, it didn't work very well. Fusion Substitute, that's polymerization. It's always polymerization. I mean, that gives us something we can do with the Cyber Jormungandr. Vampire Lady, sure is. Mother Spider, if you have an insect in your graveyard, you can send 2 defense position cards your opponent controls to the graveyard to summon this card from your hand. Neat. I wonder if we'll ever get a proper spider archetype. Monoceros, we already got that. I'm pretty sure I know we have this already. Red Potan. Target one Potan monster you control. Treat it as a tuner until the end of the next turn. If a monster is synchro summoned while you control this monster, you can special summon a Potan from your hand or deck. Yeah, the rare Potan archetype. Technically, it's got the words in quotes. It is an archetype. It's not a good archetype. I think it has like 2 members. It's terrible. Nemuriko, a childlike creature that controls a sleep fiend to beckon enemies into eternal slumber. That escalated quickly. Hi-yo! Kurama is a bird. We've already seen this. The battle position of a monsters that are flipped up cannot be changed. And that's it. That's it. So we got like 1 or 2 good pickups, you know, some decent stuff, but you know, they're legacy packs. And then we get 1 decent master pack. It's got a UR in it, and I want to believe that UR is great. You know, I can feel the pride flowing through it, but I don't think it's going to happen. A Blaze Accelerator, that's not a terrible pickup. I mean, we want the better ones for if we ever wanted to play Volcanics, but at least we got 1. That'll be useful. Fire Formation. Sorry, I accidentally read that as Fire Formation Daniel. You know, Daniel, the Fire Formation. When this card is activated, you can ritual summon a Beast Warrior by tributing monsters from your hand or field whose levels equal or exceed. If this card is sent to the Spell Trap Zone, target a Fire Fist in your graveyard and special summon it. Yeah, we ain't gonna be doing that. We got a Witch Doctor of Sparta, which we already have and is not good. We've got Gladiator Beast Comeback, which is good if we get a million other Gladiator Beasts. Talos of Shuralane. If this card battles a monster, neither can be destroyed by battle. Oh, it's an illusion. You can only use each effect once per turn. During your opponent's turn, quick effect, target a fiend or an illusion you control, except itself, shuffle it into the hand, and if you do, special summon this card from the hand. Interesting. So it's a way that my emissary from the House of Wax can dodge out of battle. When your opponent activates a card or effect that targets your cards, you can target 1 monster your opponent controls, return this card from the field to the hand, and if you do, destroy this monster. If we ever get enough illusions together, this might be pretty decent. I don't know what's going on here. They're like puppeteering this. Like they got hands that are coming out of their hands, that are coming out of their hips. Is this Gaga Gigo? No, they wouldn't do that to Gaga Gigo, would they? Interesting, very interesting. We got another Dark Magician Bubble Party or whatever. Our super rare is Ritual Beast Steeds, which is good for the Ritual Beasts, of which we have none. And what disappointed UR do we got today? Onslaught of the Fire Kings! They're giving me all the Fire King cards. I guess next time, shit, I don't know. We've got enough cyber stuff. That might be worth it, but this is pretty decent too. Only your opponent controls a monster. Summon a Fire Beast, Beast Warrior, or Winged Beast from your deck. Its effects are negated, destroyed at the end phase. I mean, it is just a free monster. The problem is when we have a Garunix or whatever its name is, like the old Fire King boss monster, and it's just way too slow. Like destroying something in the standby phase isn't really worth it. But it is a free monster. Maybe we can use it in the Tri-Brigade deck if we ever go back on that. It's a good pickup for sure that'll be useful, but like so many things today, it won't be useful for the deck we're playing, so let's just go on back. Duel 10, 16. This isn't a duel. 10 legacy packs, 1 master. Thank God it wasn't another Hazy Flame card. This can summon the Hazy Flame cards, though. Firebird Turbo. It's a Firebird. Boop 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 boop. Boop 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 boop. Boop 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 boop. Fireball. Alright, one more win and we get into gold, where we can unlock some real stuff. A reminder, if you're just joining on, if you're new to the Masochist experience, every win in gold, we get some kind of bonus pack if we have free packs that Konami has given us that we can open. Alright, this isn't our stun deck, but we do have one stun card in it, and we'll play it if we get a chance. I guess we just set this in case for later. Let's see, can you get around Inspector Border? They've got a 6-card extra deck. I probably should have looked at that before I did it. To be fair, like, if I set one of these and then went, like, this can't be summoned while I control a monster, you kind of have to set it out first turn or you can't do anything. Target one Dragon Maid, special summon one with a different name. Alright. It's a pity you can't activate your effects to get the spell traps. You have to fusion first. We really aren't getting the most exciting duels. I tell you what, this episode has been The Opponent's Surrender, the movie, the game. Maybe we'll have more luck in gold. Maybe we'll do that, you know? She's real fine, my 409. He is real fine, my 409, my 409. Alright, we're getting more master packs. I'm trying to make it fast because I feel like I've spent most of this episode opening packs. The duels have been so quick. Okay, we got Fusion Tag, which is pretty good. We already have one of them. We got Chronomaly Gordian Knot. If it's summoned, special summon a Chronomaly from your hand, and if you do, this card's level becomes that card's level. Really good for Ixie summoning. Then we got Evil Hero Infernal Gainer, which we actually do have an Evil Hero package. I don't think we've looked at it. Maybe I'll have to do that after this. During your main phase, banish this from the field, target a fiend you control. That card can make a second attack during each battle phase while you control it. Once per turn, during your second standby after this card was banished, special summon it. Sorry, my mind just completely wiped over that. I don't think it's very good. It can do Piercing Maid? No, a second attack? Sure, why not? Shark Fortress we already have and can't make. Bujinji Boar is for Bujins. You don't know, Bujins are like a protect the castle. It's like, if you control a Bujin, banish this from your graveyard, target an attack position monster your opponent controls, change it face down, and its defense becomes 0. They're one of those things, like you make a Bujin Ixie, and half the Bujins are graveyard things that you banish to do something, and the other half are like hand traps. So it's just like, during your opponent's turn, you use the hand traps, during your turn, you do the thing. It's not a bad one, but we need a lot more. Necros of Gungnir. You can discard one Necros, target a card, destroy it. You can discard this card, target a Necros, it cannot be destroyed. Okay, this isn't one of the ones that searches though, so unfortunately it's not very good helping us with that. Then we got a Constellar that we already have, and Gadget Trio. You can add Shining Sarcophagus. If we can get Shining Sarcophagus, that would be like an engine all of itself. So we've got something that searches it, but we need a lot more. I think this is the first Shining Sark thing we have. So nothing too impressive. And what do we get for ranking up into gold? Show me the gold hammer. Ba-bow. Get a bunch of cards. We flip them up. It's Mystic Swordsman level 4. You know them. Vendread Knights. Discard a card, add a Vendread monster. Only use this once per turn. When a Vendread destroys an opponent's monster by battle, banish one from your graveyard, and this can attack again. Not terrible if we wanted to do Vendread stuff, but we don't. Catapult Warrior. It's a generic level 5. It's a warrior. You contribute a junk monster and inflict damage equal to the attack. Just a cheesy burn card. Probably used in the anime at some point. Not good for us. FA test run, which is good in FAs, but we need a lot more of those. Scrap lube. No comment. Select one scrap monster in your graveyard. Summon that monster. Its effects are negated. When this card is removed from the field, destroy that monster. When that monster is removed from the field, destroy this card. You cannot battle the turn you activate this. The things we used to do for a monster reborn, I tell you what. Hey, Gadarla, the mystery dust kaiju. That's a second kaiju. If we do ever make like a go second deck, now we got two of them things. They're not the weakest ones. Like, you know, I'd prefer a Kumungus. Kumungus would be fine. Or a what's Gamma Seal? I should know that by now. But still, you know, it's good to pick these up. Good removal. Then we got Area the Water Charmer and Landois's Luminous Moss. Activate if you control an Aturia. The opponent's effect monsters cannot activate their effects this turn. Interesting. Do they often use the text the opponent? Usually it's your opponent, right? That's weird. The opponent sounds like it's like a biblical like thing, like the ancient opponent arises. So yeah, a decent pickup, nothing too fancy. Let's go into gold. We got a couple more duels left in me. Two master packs. Usable in domain format. Behold, chat. Oh, I really should have put these on like wax paper or something. It's the last of my Rice Krispie treats, the chocolate ones. They're pretty good. Yeah, we really need that Link 1 Crusadia. Then the whole package comes together. We have interrupted Kaiju Slumber? No. Giddy up, 409. First duel in gold, and we have lost the coin toss. But maybe our opponent will let us go first. Or they'll just disappear. Alright. First duel in gold, and it's a high stakes battle for them. We get to go first, however. Jump right in, hear the urge, there we go. Skin to skin, and we go. Here I am. Jump right in. Yep. These sure are Yang Zings. I think we said Chiwen. No, we kind of want to retain our tuners. I think we'll just go in attack mode. We're not afraid to die. Especially with Divine Wrath, we can discard the Chiwen and then maybe summon it. Rice Krispie treats are pretty delicious. I made these ones myself out of chocolate Rice Krispies. Cocoa Krispies, one might call them. Not afraid to die, not afraid to live. The only thing I fear is fear itself. And werewolves. They got big spooky claws. And wasps. But I mean, who isn't afraid of a wasp? You like getting stung? I don't. Are we gonna have another surrender type thing? What's going on tonight? I guess Gold 5 would have a whole lot of like bots and stuff. It's just weird. If I knew it was gonna be like this, I would have written down some stuff to talk about. I know Elsie just put out a video pretty recently, at least at the time I was recording this. If you don't know, Elsie is a small Yugi tuber. I would recommend. His whole thing is that like he just learned to play Yu-Gi-Oh! After playing Magic for years. And he made an interesting video where he's like, here's a bunch of staple cards in Magic, and then he tries to adapt them to Yu-Gi-Oh! To see if they could help against like the current meta or whatever. And some of them are like pretty good, and some of them are like comically, hilariously wrong. I think one of the funny things is he accidentally names a card, he like gives them new names, and he gives one, he's like, I'm gonna call this one Forbidden Chalice, because it's based off this other Chalice card. He's like, I don't think there's a card in Yu-Gi-Oh! Called that. Like, you would be surprised. But the one he had that I thought was really interesting, there's a card in Magic that's like, actively, I believe you can summon it, I think it has Flash, like you can summon it in response to your opponent doing something, and it's like, if they would search their deck for a card, instead they search the top 4 cards of their deck instead. And I'm like, that's funny. I think in Yu-Gi-Oh! You would have to give them a little more leeway, but I like the idea of like, if your opponent would search a card, instead they look at the top, they declare what card they want, and then they look at the top 10 cards of their deck, and if the card is among them, then they can add that card from their deck to the hand. Either that, or I think he designed it more like Droll, where it was like, they search once, and then you summon it, and then it's like, for the rest of the duel, if you're, not for the rest of the duel, for the rest of this turn, or maybe while this is face up on the field. See, this is why it would have been better to write it down. But I think that would be an interesting, like, way to make Droll but slightly more fair, potentially. Where it's like, I'm not stopping you from searching, but you have to look at, like, the top 5 cards or the top 10 cards of your deck instead of searching. It's very interesting, because on the one hand, you can't debate that that's, like, worse than Droll. Like, it is just, like, reverse power creep. It's Droll, but slightly more fair. And if you know it's in the format, you can play around it by playing more copies of Garnets. Like, if you're searching one-ofs, you can put more of them in the deck, so that you're more likely to see it on the top. But on the other hand, I'm not sure if it would be worth playing Droll, but sometimes it does nothing. Right? Like, that's almost how I was looking at it, because it's like, okay, so what if Droll had like a 50% chance of not stopping them from searching? Granted, on the other hand, it, you know, where Droll is like, you activate Droll and then they just can't activate the search cards, this would potentially, they'd be like, okay, well, I'm going to activate this search card, and then they, like, if it's a spell, it just goes to the graveyard for no effect. So, sometimes it's better than Droll, and sometimes it's way worse than Droll. It turns every searcher into a Digimon searcher. How do you spell that channel, Joe? Let me see if I can find it real quick. I'll get the exact thing. We might as well while we're waiting here. And there we go. They're gone. Yep, another duel lost to time. But yeah, if that interests you at all, the channel is ELCEE. 6 letters, mostly E. 5 letters, mostly. It's 5 letters, and most of them are E. Okay. 326. Why are you doing this? I guess my phone's charged now. When did I get another text message? I thought the war was over. Your order has been delivered. Yeah, thanks, buddy. A weird song that I actually love, Dr. Worm. I love Dr. Worm. Okay. Alright, so we got our first win in gold for the night, and usually that means we get to open up a bonus pack. However, we've already gotten a bonus card. I got a bonus card the moment I opened up Master Duel today, and I was unable to not accept it. We've got a C101 Silent Honor Dark that has been added into our collection, a royal rare of all things. And we made the rule previously that if something like that happened, we couldn't use it until we earned it. So, in lieu of opening up a bonus gold pack, we're instead just going to accept this into our collection. We now have a Silent Honor Dark. Ooh ah. So, I don't know if we're ever going to be able to use it, but we have it. Let's go ahead and open our master pack. $3.28. 1. Oh. Explaining Silent Honor Dark. Bonjour de la France. I don't speak Italian. Sorry. Something to upgrade with Ixie Revive Slash. Alright, and here's our master pack for that win that we got on the ladder. I don't know why I'm quoting everything. Earth Armor Ninja. You doing that pose. If your opponent controls a monster and you do not, you can special summon this from your hand. It's free level 5. If we want to make rank 5s or some kind of synchro or whatever, it's pretty nice. Then we've got a Elegy, the Melodious Diva, which we already possess. Archfiend's Fervor. This is a brand new card. If you control an Archfiend ritual monster in the extra monster zone, I'm going to stop you right there because I don't believe that'll ever happen, and so the rest of the text doesn't matter. Let's just go on to the next one, which is another Bujin card. When a Beast Warrior Bujin is targeted for an attack, you can send this from your hand to the graveyard, negate the attack, and if you do, inflict damage to your opponent equal to half of the attacker's attack. Not too terrible. We got another one of those, which we have. Another rank 3 that we don't need. The Chronomaly Field spell, which is not useful. And Tribe Drive. That's a little bit of a tongue twister there. If you have 3 or more different monster types on the field, you can choose 3 monsters from your deck with different types, but with the same type as the monsters you control. Then your opponent randomly chooses one for you to either add to your hand or special summon. Place the remaining monsters on the bottom of the deck in any order. Strange. I mean, we definitely can't use it in the worm pile because it's mostly worms. I don't think that's useful in like trap form. Yeah, this seems like a legacy pack card. So nothing really all that useful. Let's go back to it. A trap card for a mediocre summon, yeah. The hand traps are heaven and the graveyards are earth. They call me Dr. Worm. Good morning, how are you? I'm Dr. Worm. I'm interested in things. I'm not a real doctor, but I am a real worm. I am an actual worm. I live like a worm, and I like to play the drums. I think I'm getting good, but I could handle criticism. Fuck, I'm tired. Old school heroes. Captain Gold to get Skyscraper. We play in Little City. So if a monster attacks with a monster that has higher attack, the elemental hero gains 1,000. So I need to defeat this with something that has 2,600. Which I can't do. I really need something to destroy stuff. Send a worm from your deck to your graveyard. Yeah, I think we're going to... Oh, it's only when they attack. Okay. In that case, here's Thunder King Ryo. Battle phase. Get out of here. You thought you had angel power, but you didn't. Send a worm, then if you control the face-up non-effect. Okay, yeah, I guess we saved that for now. They don't get the boost when I attack, only when they attack me, and I have Mirror Force. A set card. 2 set cards. I will allow it. Ah, just in time. Behold, the power of a normal monster. I am the vessel for the dragon. Let's go ahead and send this big brick card. Neither player can search because of Thunder King Ryo. I forget he's reciprocal. I hope this isn't Clayman. It's not Clayman. It's Voltic. Hero Signal. Banana, 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 banana. Chilling out with the crew at the schoolyard. Now it's Clayman. Hey man, it's Clayman. Sitting all around and doing the clay things. They're actually playing an anime deck, yeah? 60 cards. I gotta have room for all of Jaden stuff. Judai. Hey Judai. Don't make it bad eye. You take a sad song and make it better. Alright, so I can get a 7 or I can get a 6. Which one would I prefer? I think what we want to do is get the Qui Belt and destroy the Skyscraper. It's either that or get the Samurai Destroyer for added protection. Yeah, I think I'd rather destroy the Skyscraper. So let's go ahead and normal summon Alumirage. And then we'll make Qui Belt. Yoink. Behold! The dragon! Get out of here. Now you can scrape the bottom of the dirt pile. Get out of here, Clayman. 2,000. Was that Mask Hero Flash? When this card is destroyed by battle, you can banish this card and 3 elemental heroes with different names from your graveyard to target a normal spell in your graveyard and add it to your hand. Yep. Unfortunately, you didn't have any normal spells in your graveyard. Good thing that can't grab any spell, because if they immediately got back the Sky Scraper, I would be a little upset. Reborn the monster! Yeah, that's fine. I didn't even see what they look. I'm looking to see, like, do we have any level 9s? I've got a 7 and a 2. I could make a 9. This fucker just special summoned Clayman again. And Winged Karibo! In attack mode? I'm like mildly I'm afraid. What are you planning? I guess we're going to attack. Battle phase. Let's get rid of the Clayman again. Let's attack Wing Karibo. You take no damage for the rest of this turn. Yeah, you can go ahead. What? My Thunder King Ryo did no damage? How could this be? Fucking anime, I tell you what. Fifth Hope. Target 5 elemental heroes in your graveyard. Shuffle into the deck. Draw 2 or draw 3 if you have no other cards on the field. They only draw 2. It's like Pot of Greed. Elemental Hero Heat. Unfortunately, you're slightly weaker than everything else I got. Yeah, this is just Pot of Avarice, but specific to heroes. Sorry. At least we had, like, some fights. Some stuff happened. They managed to forestall me for a little bit. We gotta take a look at this. We gotta see what the hell we got. What kind of angel power did they have? Why are you playing 3 copies of Heat? Just hoping to get a whole bunch on the field. They're playing Wing Karibo level 10. Playing Rainbow Dragon. They're playing Neos. Yeah, this is just an anime deck. They got Sabatiel, the Philosopher's Stone. They got Spark Blaster! Just in case they get their one Sparkman. Very, very silly. Alright, so since we got a win in gold and we have a free Tri-Brigade pack, we're going to open up that as our bonus pack. And I feel it works because the Tri-Brigades are the heroes of the Albaz storyline, even if they don't really fusion summon. So one free pull here, and it's got a shiny in it. Ooh-ah. Let's start with the half of the deck that is the Tri-Brigade stuff. We got another Fractal. Hey, we wanted that. We got another Brigand. We're only getting cards we already have. Yeah, I guess we could get the Link 4. That would be pretty sweet. The Standoff, which we already have. And Tri-Brigade Rendezvous. Unless they got Albaz and Declisi all tied up. Why would they do such a thing? Target any number of linked Beast, Beast Warrior, or Winged Beast. They gain 700 attack. If a linked Beast, Beast Warrior, or Winged Beast would be destroyed, you can banish this from your graveyard instead. That's not very useful at all. We didn't get anything. Okay, and then this is just a master pack. This is just half of a master pack. Machine Assembly Line. Cypher Bit. Target a Galaxy Eyes or Cypher Ixie. Attach this card as material. If you do, the next time it would be destroyed this turn, it is not. Terrible. Oh. Amazonis Hot Spring. The Censored Art. When this card is activated, you can take one Amazonis from your deck and either add it to your hand if it is a pendulum monster. Sorry, either add it to your hand or... When this card is activated, you can take one Amazonis card from your deck and either add it to your hand, or, if it's a pendulum monster, place it in your pendulum zone. When you take battle damage while you control an Amazonis monster, you can gain life points equal to the damage you take. You can only use this effect once per turn. Not terrible for Amazonis, but we ain't playing Amazonis. And our last card is another Battling Boxer that ain't good. Okay, let's go to our Master Pack. Whoa, mama. We got a Master Pack. What do you think about that? It's got a Royal Rare, and it's stuffed on in the back. I'm actually not sure if it's a Royal Rare. I guess we'll find out. Eco, Mystical Spirit of the Forest. Hold up, or I'll throw a tomato at you. When you take damage from an opponent's card effect, except during the damage step, you can special summon this, and if you do, inflict damage to your opponent equal to the damage you took, and both players take no further effect damage this turn. Anti-burn card. It's kind of like Gore's, with fundamental differences. Then we've got a Prominence, the Molten Swordsman. This is a Lobble card, I ain't reading that. Yubel. Hi, Yubel. I assume you're all familiar with Yubel? I mean, if not, you can read it, but it's Yubel. It's good if we get more Yubel support, but I don't think we have any Yubel support. TG Tank Grub, we've already got. Dino Mist Rush, we've already got. Triamid Pulse is a Triamid card, although it works with any rocks, right? Once per turn, you can banish 2 cards from your graveyard, any combination of rock monsters or field spells, then activate one of these effects. Target a face-up card and destroy it. Target a rock in your graveyard and summon it. Target 3 field spells in your graveyard, shuffle them into the deck, draw 1 card. If we ever get, like, a Adamancipator at Home style deck, then this will probably see play. Any kind of rock deck or like Magnet Warriors, but unlikely at the moment. Then we've got Noctavision Dragon. When your opponent activates a card or effect that targets a face down card, quick effect, banish this from the graveyard, negate the effect. Your opponent cannot target face down cards for the rest of this turn. Okay, let me try that again. When your opponent activates a card or effect that targets a face-down card you control, quick effect, you can banish this from your graveyard, negate the effect, your opponent cannot target that face-down card with card effects for the rest of the turn. I remember I always see this and I'm like, if it was from the hand, it would be good, but because it has to get in the graveyard first, and there's not an easy way to do this, it's just like useless. And then you can use each effect once per turn. If a Dark Dragon is special summoned, you can summon this from your hand. If this card is sent to the graveyard as link material, you can draw 1 card. So maybe in like Dragon Link, but we're nowhere near making Dragon Link. And our last card? Oh, brother! They really just determined to give me the most useless extra deck cards in the game, aren't they? This is Flower Cardian Light Flare. It's a level 10 that takes a tuner and 4 non-tuners. So you gotta use your entire board if you want to make this work. It's practically impossible to summon, except in Flower Cardian specifically. What would that be? You basically just need 5 level 2 monsters. Once per turn, during either player's turn, when your opponent activates a spell trap, you can negate and destroy it. If a Flower Cardian battles an opponent's monster, that monster has its effects negated during the battle phase. If this face-up card is destroyed and leaves the field, you can summon a Flower Cardian Synchro from your extra deck, except this. I mean, as far as boss monsters go, especially for the time, a spell trap negate that has 5,000 and negates battle effects and floats, not too bad. But we cannot summon this in anything but Cardians, and there's no way we're playing Cardians, so yeah, let's just jump back into it. This would be kind of good if it wasn't so terrible. Synchro Overdrive. We would have to make 2 Synchro monsters first and have that. So either way, it would cost us 5 monsters. Like, we have to send back two synchros, a tuner and a non-tuner, whose levels equal 10, plus have the synchro overtake. So, like, either way, right, we're either putting, like, 2 into one synchro, 2 into another, and then playing the spell, and we have to use 5 cards, or we're summoning 5 level 2s. They're paying you back for Abramax. I forgot to look. Evil! Where's the evil? So you can get a Dark Fusion or a card that mentions it. Do we have a Dark Fusion? How unhelpful. No, we don't have Dark Fusion or Dark Calling. Apply one of these effects. Fusion summon one from your extra deck that must be fusion summoned with Dark Fusion. This is treated as a summon with Dark Fusion. Okay, so we do have... We can discard a Dusted Gold. We can grab this. Then we can activate this. We need fusions. Playman and Burstinatrix. This just takes a fiend and a warrior. Must be special summon with Dark Fusion. So we just need to get a warrior, right? Monsters your opponent control lose attack equal to the attack of the materials used. Can attack twice. If this card leaves the field by an opponent's card, target a fiend or warrior, special summon it. Darkest Night isn't terrible. I thought we had another one. Yeah, it's probably not worth main decking though. I mean, it's one of those things, right? What was it? Darkest Night. This takes a fiend and a warrior. And this is a fiend. They're all fiends. So, like, if we ever put together a warrior package, this is something where, like, on turn 2 or farther, if we get a Dusted Gold, we can activate this, we can get the spell, we can fuse any warrior in our graveyard with this, make that attack for a whole bunch. It's not like an OTK enabler, it's not like a win condition on its own. It just does exist. Ugh. Wow, I really thought I would wake up by today. I don't know why I'm so tired. We played GX music the entire duel. I was really hoping to do a Let's Learn after this, but I don't think I'm going to be able to. Would we have Gore Toast Dragon? I feel like you may have misspoken there. What do we have for Rose Dragon? Not a lot. What's Let's Learn? It's one of my less popular series where I sit down and try to learn a deck from scratch just by reading the cards. So, like, I was going to do a Let's Learn on the, what's it called? The Eneacraft. I know the series. Oh, okay. What deck for Let's Learn? Gotcha. I was going to say, you're here a lot. I thought you would have known it, but I'm not, you know. I get all the time, I get like, you know, first time messenger. OMG, I'm a huge fan. I had no idea you streamed. It's like, you must not have been a very huge fan then. Did you not watch any of the Masochist series or any of the ladder climbs? Like, what did you watch? Like, either like you didn't watch or you watched and like somehow didn't see the chat. Big fan of your stuff. What's ladder climb? The 2-year-old ladder climbs without chat. I'm a big fan. I am blind, though. Fair enough. Oh, y'all ever seen McKaylee hitting metal? I love Dragon Ball. Here's Goku, though. It's another duel. I don't feel like a fool. We got 2 copies of Long Wan. I don't know what we get, but I'm not upset because I might just be the one. Bum 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 bum. Okay, so Citri can make a machine synchro. We've got a 7, a 6, and 2 5s. So we can make Kendama, potentially. Yeah, I mean, either way we do this, right? Do we just discard the other one? And save this? No, because if we get another worm, we can do a thing. Summon a token? Yeah. Let's go for Chen Ying. And I was gonna say, maybe we don't want to do this because we only have 1 card in the graveyard, so we would lose the protection. But actually, Citri, because it banishes the material, summoning it gives us a way to trigger Chen Ying during the opponent's turn. I do have to remember, they need a card both on their field and graveyard. We are against my arch nemesis player. They're going to the battle phase. Evenly matched. Yeah. Goodbye. I see. Dimensional fissure. I see. Pot of desires. You're only making me stronger. Do I want to use the effect now? I mean, probably not, right? Like, this only helps me. This makes it so easy. Like, anytime anything goes to the graveyard now, I can trigger my effect and I only get more powerful. Oh, Dinomicious. More banishing. Battle phase. 42. Now I just gotta hope they don't summon Grand Maju to Isa. Wait, can I even activate this? Yeah, it's just a discard. Another one! I'm getting so tough! Big guy. Big guy, big guy, big guy. Chen Ying, big guy, pants okay. Chen Ying, big guy, pants okay. Yep, that's fine. Unicorn in their 8-card deck. Sure. You want to activate that effect, buddy? You can activate that effect. I don't think you wanted to do that, buddy. Did you just banish a card? Let's get this off of there. And let's banish this as well. Oh, they didn't have one before. Oh, it came back. Question is, do they have another way to get something onto the field? Uh-oh. Take one monster. That's unfortunate. I don't think you can use the other effect this turn, though, because you already used it. Tribute? Okay. Let's just get rid of this, shall we? I mean, I'm about to take a lot of damage. It'd be funny if they somehow managed to OTK us with our own Chen Ying. They can't. Chen Ying disappeared! No! They surrendered while Chen Ying was over there! Why did it come back to me? I mean, that was funny. They took it with them. You think they were playing Grand Machu to Isa? You can imagine they're just like, you win, and they scoop it up and they just walk off with my Chen Ying. No, they're just playing dang old Kashtira. Neat. Didn't work very well, though. Now you have to dismantle Chen Ying. Nuzlocke rules. You know what? I wonder if that could be a challenge. Start a new account, and you grind through the solo modes, and all you add, and what you do is you craft Change of Heart, Triple Tactics Talents, what's it called? Snatch Steal, Change of Heart, Snatch Steal, Triple Tactics Talents, Switcheroo, Creature Swap, Sky Striker, Widow Anchor, Crackdown. Like, there's just every card that steals. And then Brain Control, Mind Control. And then the enemy controller. And then the name of the game is you're only allowed to use those cards. But if you steal a card from an opponent and you win with that card on your field, then you get to craft it. So, like, if I steal their Fenrir and use it to win a game, then I get to craft a Fenrir. So I can only climb the ladder with cards I've stolen. The Team Rocket Challenge. I'd say maybe I'd have to start with Heck of Hands. That sounds harder than Masochist. It would start harder. The thing is, you could definitely, once you got some good cards, you could find ways to like steal things you need. I did a thing where I fought the AI using only stolen cards. Alright, we beat Kashtiras. Kashtiras are an Ixie deck. Mimighuls are also an Ixie deck. So let's take our one free pull from the Mimighoul deck, shall we? See if we get anything fancy. Not that we're anywhere close to getting a Mimighoul deck together. Swarm of Centipedes. Huh? If this is flip face up, target a monster on the field, flip it face up or face down. During your main phase, you can change this face down. I didn't know they made another Pac-Man card. Interesting. Very interesting. Probably won't use it, but, you know, it's nice to know that exists. And now I've got two of them. And now I've got a playset. You want to give me a fourth one while we're at it? No? Okay. Well, we got a whole play, like, I learned it exists, and now we have three. Maybe we should build around it, just have a whole flip deck. Okay, what's in the Master Duel, or the Master Pack half? Proxy Dragon. Oh, wait, we already have one of these. Oh, wait, I think it's from the starter deck, though. So now we got a Proxy Dragon that's generic we can just make. That's pretty good. Reactor Slime. Lets you get slime tokens. We can also set Metal Reflect Slime. So if you ever get like an Egyptian God Slime, this is a way to make that. We got another Speedroid Skull Marbles. I think this is like our fourth or fifth one. And Earthbound Servant Geogremlina. Takes an Earthbound and a Dark. If this is special summoned, you can add an Earthbound from your deck to your hand. You can target a Dark Synchro. You can attack directly this turn. If a monster your opponent controls is destroyed by an Earthbound card, you can target one of those monsters, inflict damage equal to its original attack. Yeah, I do have some Earthbound stuff. I forget what the package I have. I know we have Earthbound Fusion. The problem is this doesn't really do anything. It's like a combo extender, right? Like it gets me another Earthbound. If I can make a Synchro as well, I can do something. But I don't have like Harmonic Synchro Fusion to use with this. But it's probably a decent pickup. Let's see what our Master Pack has. We have Geokraken. Ah. Master Pack. Boom. Boom. We got a Master Pack. Boom. Boom. We got a Master Pack. Bump. Bump. Overworked. You're telling me, buddy. Dogmatica Lawbringer. Oh, they got Universes Beyond Street Fighter. They're putting Vega in our game. That's pretty neat. If a monster special summoned from the extra deck on the field and this card is in your hand, you can special summon this card. If this card is special summoned, you can have each player send one monster from their extra deck to the graveyard. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you could target a Dogmatica in your graveyard, add it to your hand. It's decent if I ever get a whole bunch of other Dogmatica cards, but I don't really have anything that's good if it's sent to the graveyard at the moment. Then we've got Red Eyes Spirit. Yes, we do. Mythical Beast Garuda. This is a fun card. If you have no cards in your other Pendulum Zone, you can target one spell trap on the field, destroy it, and this card. So it's just a free, like, little spell trap destruction. And then each time a spell card is activated, place one spell counter on this card when the spell resolves. When your opponent normal or special summons a monster, you can remove 3 spell counters from the field, summon this from your hand, and return the opponent's monster to the hand. So if we ever get more spell counter stuff, this could be really good because it's essentially like a hand trap that bounces something. It's very neat, but I don't think we have the stuff for it at the moment. MST at home. Next up, we got another Tribe Drive, the second one. We got Chronicle Sorceress, which we already have. We've got Queen Dragon Dijin and Morphtronic Scanner. Let's get back into it. I get one more duel before the end of the night, right? Right. Bloody well right. You got a bloody right to say. Right. Bloody well right. You got a bloody right to say. Hell yeah, you're bloody well right. We're on the right to say. Am I joining at the end? Yeah, we've been live for like 4 hours. But me, I don't care anyway. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. One more win and we rank up in gold. We're making progress today, boyos and girlos and otheros, the non-binary cereal. It's more likely than you think, especially during June. I think we're gonna have another disconnect. So I made that whole joke for nothing. Alright, if we win this one, we win this one. And if we win this one, we rank up. So we would like to win this one. And others as well. But this one especially. Although we'll get another chance. Assuming it loads. Would it load? Do you feel like loading tonight, buddy? There you go. I knew you could make it. I just had to believe. Alright. This is pretty much what you want to see. They're blinking already. Okay. For a second I thought we were just donezo. Hello, it is me, Longwan. I will send this Shinutha down on the whatever. Summon a token, you know it. And then we'll go ahead and make the man, the myth, the legend, the worm, Sword Soul Champion. And 1200. And at the risk of putting all our eggs in one basket, I will normal summon Mystery Shell Dragon. Because there's a chance they try to run over this, and then I use the Shithana, and it banishes itself, and then I get to use the effect. And then we might have to discard Divine Wrath for Divine Wrath, which kind of sucks, but, you know. You gotta do what you gotta do. It's like Inspector Gadget used to say. Brown bricks. That's a little joke just for me and Mr. Metal. We just have a thing going back and forth. Everyone else can enjoy it, I guess, but... Inspector Gadget was indeed always saying this. It's been marked in the book of the law. I checked it out from the library once to look, and I was like, oh, wow, they got every single time he mentioned it in here. It's weird, I thought this would be like more esoteric, like magic or whatever. It has like Aleister Crowley's name on it. That guy was like a weirdo. He did all sorts of crazy magical shit. Or at least he claimed to. The thing is it's like weird sex magic. Which, I mean, I guess kind of makes sense. Like, sex is the thing that creates life. So if anything's gonna be magical, it would probably be that. But I get the feeling that he was much more into the sex part than the magic part. And he would just, you know, his mom would come knocking on his door and be like, what are you doing in there? And he'd be like, I'm doing magic. You know, do you want mystical stuff done or not? And then he died in like the 1800s, and then like 100 years later, Konami created an archetype based off of him. Because if you don't know, Alistair the Invoker is very clearly based off of the real guy, Aleister Crowley. And, you know, I guess it's not too weird, but it'd be like having a guy named Rasputin. Although, to be fair, I think I'd have to look this up, but I seem to recall hearing that, like, Rasputin wasn't actually all that weird. Like, he was kind of like a mystical guy, but apparently his like, mystical advice when the Tsar's son was sick was like, let him outside. Let him run around, like, and get some fresh air. And back at the time, that went against what early doctors thought. Because they were like, there's stuff out in the air that can make you sick. So if someone's not feeling good, if they're having like a depressive mood, you need to lock them in a dark room and don't let them see the sun or get any fresh air. And so he was really weird for coming out. I mean, he didn't have like a good reason for it. He was just like, let him out into God's light. I have foreseen it. Well, like, it ended up working out very well. And then it was just like, well, the Tsar was a tyrannical bastard who, like, got Russia into World War I and sent a bunch of people off to die. And Rasputin was his like, friend, or not his friend, his, like, confidant? He was, like, his priest or whatever. So people would whisper that he had, like, mystical powers and shit. And it got, like, spread around that he had, like, this he was, like, an evil dude. But I think as far as history is concerned, he never did any, he never, like, sacrificed people or did weird magic. That's all the Anastasia movies that turn him into an evil wizard. Rasputin also fucked. Oh, did he? I guess there was that disco song about him. I wasn't sure how historically accurate that was. I'm glad your opponent is also invested in this story. Just sit down, hey, good game, nice to meet you. So what's the deal with Rasputin? Like, huh? You know, the, like, 1914's advisor to the Russian Tsar, right on the precipice of World War I. You know, his reputation has been maligned by future generations, turning him into a wizard, like an evil sorcerer in animated stories. Like, I'm just here to play Yu-Gi-Oh, man. I know. But, like, isn't it crazy? Does that imply that a normal summon is equal to sex? No, I don't know anything. What about his death? I mean, his death was crazy, but at the same time, it's like, you know, people like to imply. If you don't know, Rasputin was famously, like, they, like, poisoned him, and then they're like, he'll be fine, and he, like, threw up and, like, kept going. So they stabbed him, and then they, like, ran away, and he was, like, still kind of walking around, like, a half an hour later, so they shot him, and then he got up from that, so they tried to hang him, and that didn't, like, work properly, so then they, like, eventually, like, threw him in the river. So when they found him, it was like, this guy must have been immortal. They tried to kill him, like, 9 times. Well, we don't know when the timeline was, like, and we don't know how competent these assassins were. It's possible they just messed up a whole bunch. So, you know, historical fun facts while we wait for the time limit. I'm so glad we live in the podcast dimension, where everything just slowly morphs into a podcast. Give me the pod. Oh yeah, and that was the rank up match, I forgot. I forgot. Yeah, actually, real quick, let me look up Wikipedia Rasputin. Quick victory, yeah, right. I mean, to be fair, Chad, you know, I don't want to judge someone by appearances, but he does look like an evil wizard, right? Like, if I saw that guy, like, if I was in church and that guy, like, looked over at me, I'd probably get the shivers a little bit. He's no evil wizard. Yeah, and this is just like him with his kids. He's just like Russian peasant farmer. No one wanted to be there. Taking pictures back then was awful. Caricature. Death. A group of nobles decided that Rasputin's influence over Alexandra threatened the Russian Empire and concocted a plan to kill him by luring him to Moinka's place? Oh, Moinka's palace. He was murdered in the early evening. He died of 3 gunshot wounds, 1 close-range shot to the forehead. Little else is known, except the circumstances of his death have been the subject of considerable speculation. According to Yusup's account, Rasputin was invited to the palace shortly after midnight and ushered into the basement, offered tea and cakes that had been laced with cyanide. After refusing the cakes, he began to eat them, and to Yusup's surprise appeared unaffected by the poison. He asked for some wine, which had also been poisoned, and drank 3 glasses, but still showed no sign of distress. At 2:30 a.m., he excused himself to go upstairs, where they took a revolver and returned to the basement and told him he better look at a crucifix and pray. They shot him once in the chest, and then drove to Rasputin's apartment, wearing his coat and hat in an attempt to make it look as though he had returned that night. Upon returning to the palace, he went back to the basement to ensure he was dead, when he leapt up and attacked him. He freed himself with some effort and fled upstairs. They shot him again, and he collapsed into a snowbank. Okay, so all the other stuff about him being stabbed or whatever, please keep this in, Mr. Metal. I'm starting to think they just sucked at the poison thing, yeah. Damn, he was a tank. Okay, we can do these. Alright, we got 10 legacy packs. Let's go ahead and crack them open, see what we got. Haha, ho, wait, what am I doing? Skip it, close your eyes, whatever. Ojama Simulation. It's no Ojama card. War Lion Ritual. It summons Super War Lion. I am unfamiliar with this thing. Mystic Lamp. It can attack directly. Neat. Serpentine Princess. If this face-up card is shuffled from the field into the deck, special summon a level 3 or lower monster from your deck. Very creepy art, I tell you what. She got them big jowls. Dragon Manipulator. Flip. Take control of a dragon till the end of the turn. I guess so. Hero Kid. It's special summoned. You could special summon any number of Hero Kids from your deck. Good in the, Sprite? Sprite can use this, I think. Possibly. Whirlwind Weasel. Flip. Your opponent can't activate any spell traps. Not very good. Dragunity Javelin is another Dragunity card. Ganbara Lancer. When this card is normal summoned, you could special summon another copy of itself from your hand or graveyard. Probably won't be doing that. Terra the Terrible. It sure is. Psychic Kappa. It sure is. Skulldog Marin. Poor dog. Rest in Rebirth. Increase your life by 500 when a card returns to the hand. Refusion. Pay 800. Target a fusion in the graveyard. Summon it. Equip it with this card. And you just bring it back. Curse of Royal. But I'll never be royal. You can call me Queen Bee. When a spell card is activated that targets one spell trap on the field and no other cards and would destroy it, negate the activation, and if you do, destroy it. Funny. Spell Stopping Statute. Activate when your opponent activates a continuous spell. Negate it. Okay. Terrible deal. Pay 1,000 life points when your opponent activates a spell card. Your opponent randomly discards a card. Sure, buddy. Dual Wield, another good 6 Samurai card. Scrum Force. While you control 2 or more defense position monsters, your opponent cannot attack defense position with card effects, and they cannot be destroyed by card effects. If this card would be destroyed by a card effect, you could destroy one other spell trap instead. Huh. Subsurface Stage Divers. If you control exactly 3 non-token monsters with the same name and no other monsters, you can add 3 monsters with the same name as each other from your deck to your hand. For the rest of the turn after this resolves, you cannot normal summon or special summon the added monster's name or activate their effects. Pretty bad, pretty bad. I don't think any of these will see play. Maybe the Hero Kids eventually, maybe the Dual Wield if we play 6 Samurais, but I doubt it. That sure is a trap, huh? Okay, we get 1 pack for defeating our gold opponent. I forgot to do the ironic quotes, but you know. Apprentice Magician. I know she's doing like a kick thing, but I always imagine her as like dancing, like kind of hopping on one foot, doing the like Yata dance. If this card is summoned, target 1 face-up card on the field that you can place a spell counter on. Place a spell counter on it. When this card is destroyed by battle, special summon a level 2 or lower spellcaster from your deck, face down. Not very good. Ghost Trick Warwolf. This is the Burn Win Con for the Ghost Trick deck. Once per turn, you can change this face down. When it's flipped face up, inflict 100 damage for each set card on the field. So if you have 4 set monsters and 5 set spell traps and all your opponent's monsters, it's like 1,500 every turn, and you can do it during your turn and your opponent's turn. It's not too hard to burn people. Then we got Lightsworn Sanctuary, which is something we already got. Another Centurion Gargoyle. Frightfur March. Counter Trap. When your opponent's spell trap or monster is activated, if that targets a Frightfur monster, negate it, destroy it, then send 1 targeted Frightfur to the graveyard, and if you do, special summon a level 8 or higher Frightfur from your extra deck. It is treated as a fusion summon. During your next end phase, banish the monster summoned by this effect. Not great. Not great. Symphonic Warrior Bases. Based. Once per turn, you can target 1 Symphonic Warrior on the field, increase its level by the number of cards in your hand until the end of the turn. Banish this from your graveyard, target a Symphonic Warrior you control, increase that target's level by the number of cards in your hand until the end of the turn. Level Manipulation, not great. Meteoractor Melt Through. When this is activated, excavate the top 6 cards of your deck, then place them on top of your deck in any order. Once per turn, you can pay 1,500. Special summon a Meteoractor Ixie from your extra deck using a level 3 normal you control as material. This is treated as an Ixie summon. You cannot summon for the rest of the turn, except for Ixies. If an Ixie monster is Ixie summoned, you can attach the top card of your deck to 1 Meteoractor. I would need Meteoractors to make this work, but if I have the Ixie, then we can make like a normal monster deck. That would be neat. And the last one is the Prime Monarch. Okay. So nothing revolutionary, really. And then we get another one for persisting against the horrors, for continuing in the face of adversity. What do we get for ranking up in gold? It is Noble Knight Custonin, which we already have. Another King Scarlet. Resonance Insect. This is like a staple in like insect decks. I don't think we have any insect decks that are worth building, but if this card is sent from the field to the graveyard at a level 5 or higher, if this card is banished, send an insect from your deck to the graveyard. Just good setup, good searching, things and stuff. Smile World. All monsters gain 100 for every monster on the field. Well, isn't that precious? Gem Knight Crystal. Big normal monster that doesn't see play. Another Mecha Phantom Beast. A Mermail that we already have. And a Steamroid. This would have been useful like way early on, but we've way more than moved past it. If it attacks, it gains 500. If opponent attacks it, it loses 500. But I mean, going up to 2300 on a normal monster, or not a normal summoned monster, is pretty neat. Pretty neat. So, nothing especially that's going to help us. We haven't been getting a whole lot of those. Let's go ahead. I'll try to get one more win. I want to end on at least like a duel where something happens. We don't have any of the Materia Reactor Ixies. Not yet. Nothing ever happens. Anyone can see. Nothing ever happens. No, nothing ever happens to me. Couldn't even get in a duel. Have we touched base on the Fit J suggestions on Patreon? No, I won't. Like, I just wanted to ask people's opinions because I'm going to be... Tomorrow I'm going to put out the first of the poll questions for the Fill in the Jank Season 2 on Patreon. And I wanted to get an idea of what people were most interested in, see if anyone was interested in anything. I will say, not to call you out, Deutscher, but I thought it was really funny. You don't know, on Patreon, we put out a thing to be like, hey, if you got any suggestions for what you would like to see in Fill in the Jank Season 2, let me know. And Deutscher's suggestion was essentially to make it like an entirely different card game, or entirely different, pardon me, to make it an entirely different show. You know, like, what if for Season 2 they got on the ladder and raced to see who was the first person to get into Master? Like, that could be fun, but that's like a different show. That's not just like, oh, we've changed the rules a little bit. Like, no, now they're not even, like, dueling against each other. Is this the highest we've been? Fill in the rank. That's a cool idea. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. It just, I just thought it was really funny where, like, everyone else is like, oh yeah, we should consider how many Genesis points to do. Oh, you could get, like, there were a couple people who were like, what if instead of you making all the decks, you asked, like, MBT and Farfa or whatever to make a deck and had, like, guest people come on and make the things. And it's like, I could probably try to do that. But that, like, I don't think I would seriously consider just, like, changing the show on a fundamental level. What if for Season 2, Inspector Gadget was a sorcerer and he used magic to solve crimes? No fundamental differences. I'm going second. I am a second going guy. Count to a 50 in the blink of my eye, and then I'll show you. Wait, I still have Nemesis in this? Huh. I forgot this guy was here. So we can send a worm to the graveyard. Add a worm. Fuck. Very tricky indeed. Send a worm from your deck to the graveyard. And this is... You control a face-up non-effect, you can banish this, target a banished worm, add it to your field. I think for now what we want to do is keep it a little simple. We're going to activate Nahata. Our opponent's on a 59 card deck. They are also the king of the pirates. Hi-yo, hi-yo. Maximum C. Well, they'll get one draw. So, Upstart Goblin. Normal summon. I will tribute it for this, and I will attack you for 2,200. And then I will set a counter trap that negates all the things. Your move, Luffy. I think I need to negate that. Counter trap. Pillars of the Yang Zing. Get out of here. And then I'll blow up Tatooine. And then I'll special summon. It's a new guy. Ash Blossom. They're playing a meta deck, but unfortunately I'm playing a bad deck, so they don't really know how to deal with that. Yo ho ho, he took a bite of gum gum. Wakasha! Oh hey, Chaos Mirage Dragon. We're going to banish Light or Dark, special summon it, but it negates its effects. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh wait, I don't have a 9, do I? I don't have a... Do I have a light? This is a tuner. Let's see. Send one worm from the deck to the graveyard. I have an earth and a dark. If I can get a light... Hey bud, you got a light? Ah. Another Maxi. I'm sorry, another Ash Blossom. I need to get these into... Okay, so I guess what we do, right, is we activate this. So we special summon. We normal summon. Oh wait, from the field? Field and or graveyard. Okay. Gonna do this. We're gonna banish you, you, and you. Special summon. Declare. We cannot special summon. 58, huh? Level 5. But it came back. Who even needs to use the effect? 16. 22. Go Protoss. Your hand traps won't help you today, Luffy. There we go. You know what? I'm fine with ending on that. That, at least we did a cool combo. We did a thing. I had to navigate like a menu Protoss got in there. Let's see what we got. That was a hero deck. I guess I should have known from Fusion Destiny, but like anyone can play Fusion Destiny. They must have just opened all the hand traps in Hand Trap City. Weird. $59 is actually optimal. Alright, so rather than open a pack as our... Okay. We'll go from here. Alright, so Alright, so rather than open up like a regular... what's it called? Alright, so rather than open up a secret pack, we've actually got a couple of these 20... okay. Alright, so we do still have a couple secret packs left, but we also got a couple of these World Championship Qualifiers packs. I didn't play in the World Championship Qualifier, but as soon as you load it up just to get rid of the red exclamation mark, they give you a couple packs. So I figure we'll just count these as our bonus pack this time and see what we get. There's a couple neat things in here. I believe these are like 2-card packs though, and most of them are not relevant, but we'll find out. We got Spear Shark. When this card is normal summoned, you can increase the level of all level 3 fishes by 1, and it does piercing damage. And Cyber Shark. If you control water, you can normal summon this without tributing. Another free level 5. And then this one is pretending to be shiny, but I bet it ain't. I bet wrong, you know. Oh, fish! When a monster effect is activated, shuffle a banished fish, sea serpent, or aqua into the deck, negate the activation, destroy it. And our final, Fish and Bids. At the start of the main phase, banish 1 card from your hand. Your opponent can banish 2 cards from their hand, and if they do not, you can take 2 fish monsters from your deck and either banish both of them or send them to the graveyard, but you cannot special summon for the rest of the turn except fish. So I guess a couple things to add to the water pile, possibly. I mean, they are all new cards. None of them are all that useful. We won't be getting the Stealth Kraken, but, you know, we tried. Let's get our Master Pack. It's the last Master Pack of the night. Open up, see what got when we get a fight. Ha! Mythic Tree Dragon. Once per turn, you can target a water dragon. This card's level becomes that card's level. His name is my name too. I know there's a card that like pairs with that, but I don't think they were ever all that useful. Oh hey, Crystron Rosenix. We can use this to summon Citri from the deck and then make a level 6 Synchro. We don't have any good machines that are going to be useful for that, but we could do it. We ever make like a machine deck or a water deck or just want to go harder in on that. And that's pretty much what it does, is destroy itself, then summon a Crystron Tuner from the deck. You can also banish it from the graveyard to make a token, but it can't be tributed. Next up, we've got Naturia Beetle. Each time a spell card is activated, switch the original attack and defense of this card. Very, very silly card. I could understand if it was like, you activate it and it like gains attack, but no, it just swaps back and forth forever. Not the most useful thing. Cyber Dark Dragon. This takes all 3 of the named Cyber Dark cards, must be fusion summoned. When it's summoned, you can target a dragon in your graveyard, equip it, gains attack equal to the original attack of the monster equipped, plus 100 attack for every card in your graveyard. If it would be destroyed by battle, destroy the monster instead. So, this is terrible, and we would never play it. I think we might need to use it for like something bigger if we ever get that, but we're nowhere near getting that. And we got a Gladiator Beast we already got. another Gunkin Su-ship Shari, which is good for the normal deck, and because this isn't the first one we've gotten, that's now another level 4 normal monster that we can use with Rescue Rabbit to get something. I don't know if we have anything that we can do with Aquas or Fires specifically, but also if we do end up making the Chaos Max deck, having another normal monster we can use for high ritual art that also has 0 defense could be useful. Could be useful. A decent pickup. Then we've got Elixir of White Destiny. Summon a zombie from your hand or graveyard, but if you control no Eldritch, you can only summon Eldritch, and there's only one Eldritch, so... and we don't have Eldritch, so yeah, it's not good at the moment. And our last one, Template Skipper, which we've already got. So, nothing too game-changing. I mean, we did pick up some stuff earlier tonight that we might be able to make some decks. I'll have to go back and look at everything. Since we've had a session of playing the worm pile and we got up into gold, next time I think we'll try to experiment around a little bit more. I don't know, the episode we recorded last time where we're like, let's try Tri-Brigade, and then we only won like 3 games all night, that hasn't gone up yet at the time of recording this, so I don't know what the reaction is to that, if people want to see more goofy attempts at stuff, or if they prefer when we stick with what works and see if that can work, at least for now. As always, let me know down in the comments. I do like to read those comments, and they help out the channel. So does liking the video, so does just subscribing, so does ringing the bell. But the thing that helps the channel most is if you join the Patreon. Joining the Patreon directly supports the channel. Then it doesn't matter really how many subscribers or ad revenue I get or whatever. As long as I can get a steady line of patrons or whatever, I can keep pumping these out. I can keep affording to buy pizza and house mortgage. Wow, I'm tired. You get the idea though. You could support that. There's a link down in the description. It's like the top link. Thank you once again for joining me. Thank you to chat. Thank you to Critter for joining us as well. And thank you to the editor, Mr. Metal. Until next time, good luck and have fun. We did it. We don't have enough good decks to push into plat anyways. True, I suppose. But the more we win in gold, the more packs we can unlock. Cheers. Dun, 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 dun. And let's see. Oh, Mr. Metal is messaging me now. Oh, nice. Nice. He's letting me know that the session I did last time has enough for 3 episodes worth. Usually when I record, we get 2 episodes of that. And yeah, sorry, I was too busy doing the thing with Deutscher said something. I thank you for saying my idea isn't bad. I like the feedback. I can see how you would see that as a change entirely. I feel like we should build off FitJ's crew's teaching without rehashing the same thing like they did for Prague. Season 2 was different than Prague Season 1. But also, the big thing, which I've said, I forget if I said it on Patreon, but Aram, the guy who won Fill in the Jank Season 1, is not going to be able to appear in Season 2. Because he's got a project that he needs to work on this summer, and he can't fit that in and fill in the jank. And that makes sense. We were considering one of the original options was like, do we kick out? Pardon me. Do we kick out Aram and Mitt? Not because they're bad, but because they're so much better than Rube and Nubby. That, like, I don't think Rube and Nubby ever won a game against Aram or Mitt. Or if they did, it was because, like, Mitt made some, like, big mistake or something. Or no, Rube did beat Aram once, but Aram couldn't, like, rolled the worst restriction on the wheel possible. It was like the fusion deck and he couldn't play monsters. Does anyone here do... Oh, you're talking about that. So we were considering that. Well, I was also like, we could do the opposite. Like, if people really like the more, not professional, but the better players. If you want to be like, yeah, Nubby doesn't seem to be getting it. Rube's fine or whatever, but he's just not that great at the game. We should focus on, like, Aram and Mitt and find people who are slightly better. I disagree. They need to learn. What about a team format? A team format would, I don't know how that would work. Rube got the worst RNG. But yeah, so that'll be the big question that goes up tomorrow. Is like, Aram's already out. So the question is, there's as far as I can see, 3 different routes we can take this. Route number 1, or I guess there's 4 routes we could take this, sorry. Route number 1, we just keep the 3 people that we have, and it's just the Nubby, Rube, and Mitt show. And instead of doing like a bracket system, we make the episode slightly shorter and do like a round robin where everyone faces everyone. So there's not like a loser's finals, it's just like, yeah, Nubby will play against Mitt, Nubby will play against Rube, and then Rube will play against Mitt. I hope positive vibes. Yeah, he said he'd still like, he's like, if any of them wants me on as like a coach, or he's like, you could have me come back on like the last episode. He's like, I can fill in for one to be like, all right, here's the winner of season 2, but can you beat the champion from season 1? So that's idea number 1, is to just go switch to a 3-person format. Because some of the feedback we got was people saying that having 5 people on a show was too many, and that the episodes were a little bit too long. So just removing 1 person might be enough to make it a little bit tolerable for those people. But also other people really liked the long episode. So option number 2 is we find someone else. I've got several other friends who are fairly new to Yu-Gi-Oh! Who could slot in fairly easily. So we could just add someone else. The third option is, because the one worry then is if we just add in 1 other person, Mitt is still like head and shoulders the best duelist among them. So maybe if we're already getting rid of Aram, we just be like, you know, the person who came in first and second, they're both out. Aram also, or not Aram, Mitt also said that he would like have fun being a coach. And then we could have Nubby and Rube and 2 new people. Or if it feels weird to kick out some people and not, I shouldn't say kick out, but like switch out. Switch out 2 people and keep the other 2 people. The 4th option is just every season is a completely new cast. And I just find 4 completely new people. Do you have 2 people willing to do that? Yes. I'm pretty sure. What if you added restrictions? We'll get to that once we decide how many people. Since you're doing yeah, and I mean that's the other thing, right? Is like, if we do season 2 and like it finally clicks for Nubby or Rube gets like way better, then it's like, well, season 3 we could bring back Aram and Mitt and be like, okay, Nubby and Rube have had time to improve. And maybe like one of them ducks out and then we get the person we had from season 2 and season 3 and there's a whole bunch of, put 20 people, rah. Yeah, since we're doing this in seasons, you know, just because someone's like not here for season 2 doesn't mean they're like gone forever and will never be on the channel. So that'll be the big thing to decide. Put 4 Rubes. We'll just have 4 Rubes. This is why I like you. You give honest feedback as to whether our ideas suck or decent or great. Yeah. I try. And the loser gets Coach Aram. Yeah. So those are the 4 options. And I think depending on which one gets picked, it's going to vastly change, like, the other stuff going forward, right? Because if we've got 3 people, then how we do the reward system is going to vary. And also, depending on, like, okay, so if we... If we just go with 3 people, then, like, the reward system's going to be very different. If we get 4 entirely new people, then we have to kind of, like, start back, and it's going to be much more like teaching 4 new people to play Yu-Gi-Oh! With the same kind of very basic decks. If we keep some or most of people, then we could be a little bit more advanced with it. And, you know, whether or not we're going to be, like, more serious or not is going to change. Did Rube, Nubby, Mitt, or Aram give any feedback? Yeah. We've already talked... That was the first thing I did when the campaign got funded. Was I was like... And even before then we were talking. I was like, okay. So, like... Are all of you on for another, like, 10 weeks of being able to be on this show? We would probably start in July, and it would go into, like, early September. And also, you know, just so you understand, like, some of you may have to, like, tag out or leave for other people, and I just want you to understand it's nothing personal against you all. Because I you know, all the co-hosts are fun to hang out with. But I was like, you know, it's like, I like you, Mitt, and everything, but you're just, like, a little bit better than everyone else, and I'm not sure if it's going to be, like, an even fight. And that seems that we were talking, you know, back when Aram was still considering that he might be on it. Again, we were talking about, like, well, I feel like it's got to go one way or another, but I'm fine either way. I'm like, either we ask Nubby and Rube to leave, or to tag out, and then Aram and Mitt, and then we get 2 people who are, like, a little more experienced, or we ask Aram and Mitt to get out, and then we find 2 people more who are newer, like Nubby and Rube. I was like, either way, I think the show could work. I think the show could work with, like, 4 Yu-Gi tubers. I would just change how I'm building. It's going to be like, are these more of like a challenge, or is this going to be more of like exploring the jank card pool? Consistent recasting might be straining. I don't know if I'd completely sub on that option. The one problem, right, is that, and maybe I should have just kept I was originally going to do stretch goals, and I didn't. But the problem, like, at the end of the day, even though I now have enough money to fund the next season of this, like, to pay the editors or whatever, like, I can't pay the Phil and the Jank crew for showing up. They're just kind of doing it for the love of the game. They're just doing it to have fun and hang out. We like making content together. But as a result, it's like, well, life always comes first. So my concern, right, is that, like, if we go in, it's like season 1 are these 4 people, and season 2 is 3 of the 4 people, and season 3 is the same 3 of the 4 people, and then season 4 comes around, and 2 or 3 of them have to leave. And now, suddenly, a show that is known for having a consistent cast has to have a completely different cast. I feel like it might be a little better to set up early on that, like, nah, we can switch things out, we can tag things out. And then, you know, if someone can't make it for whatever reason, it doesn't feel like this huge thing, you know? It's just kind of like, yeah, that's the show. The show's always got, like, different people tagging in and out. The Deutscher Master Rank idea with Aram someday. Yeah, the other thing about that idea, right, was like, if all of them were going to be recording themselves, is that they would all then have to learn how to use, like, OBS and Audacity. they would have to record all their screens, and then I would have hours of footage of all of them on Master Duel that I would have to edit and compile down to something. It would be like editing 4 ladder climbs simultaneously. Let us know early. The new people that, yeah, the Phil in the Jank is like a game show, right? Like that was how it was pitched. So in my eyes, it was like, well, yeah, the game shows, maybe like a winner will stick around. Or maybe it's like, okay, this person won and then they get to get their prize and they go off and the rest can keep competing. But usually they don't keep the exact same crew every time. But also the game show aspect of it wasn't the most popular. And a mystery 4th person each week that they must defeat. Mitt, Nubby, and Rube, and then one Yugi tuber who's just better at all of them. No, I would want to keep, I think the banter is better when you've just got like, the 4 of us. Whoever the 4 of us is, if it's the same people each week, you kind of build a repertoire. You get an understanding of how each person builds. So that'll be it. I'll probably make a big long post explaining it, but that's going to be the big vote on Patreon tomorrow, and I'll probably keep that up until Monday. And then once we decide, then probably on either Monday or Wednesday of next week, I'll have the big, I'm planning to make like a Google Doc style. I know there's a thing you can do like on Google Docs where you basically just have a series of questions and people can go in and vote and you can get the data together. They go in teams of 2. Yeah. I mean, that would be the thing. Like, you would still need, like, they would each record unless, like, you know, you had a team of Nubby and Rube, but only Nubby is playing and recording and Rube is just sitting in the call watching the stream while giving Nubby suggestions. Like, that would be, like... And the thing is, too, like, these guys, obviously they have, well, they're all, if you don't know, they're all from Surprise Round, which is a channel that does, like, tabletop games. So they all have good, high-quality, professional microphones. They don't have anything else. A lot of them don't have, like, the best computers. I am unsure if they could, like, be streaming over Discord while recording on OBS simultaneously. Intense stare. How's it going? Yeah, we're at the end of the season, if you're just joining us. Real quick, let's look at the suggestions while we're here. Because most of the rest of them are just things that we had, like, spoken about before. Wow, that's a long one. Legacy Crusaders Yu-Gi-Oh! Get a set number of Genesis points with the minimum set for the tied record, like everyone gets 25, and then the record by percentage can split the 100 points where needed. So after episode 1, one person could be 2-1. So it'd be 25, 20, 0, 25, 25, 50. In the next episode, you can include some pointed cards in the half of the deck that are free. Is this one longer? See, this is an idea. This is an example of like an idea that's good, but the problem we ran into, right, is Nubby had points most of the time and was like, I don't know how to use the points. Like, the problem wasn't that, like, he was like, I don't have enough points. It was that he wouldn't look at the points to begin with. And even the few times that Rube had points, he was like, what was it? He just, like, added in, like, Pot of Greed or something. Like, I do think we need to include more points, but I don't think having a very elaborate point system is going to help. Did Nubby even ever ask about them? Not really. I think we should have like more points and maybe do something with the points. But this idea of like, okay, there's 100 points to be split between them, and then depending on how many coins they have, they get a percentage based on how much they win that's inversely proportional. Like, that might be a little bit too much. I think it might just be, well, we have a couple different things. We'll think about that. Filler and the Jank was my favorite episode. Something about the boss rush was cool. Maybe it can be a planned thing, or it can just be filler again. The player names explain the point system. I mean, it's pretty easy to understand. The thing was, he just didn't have the context within, like, he'd build a deck and he's like, I don't know what kind of pointed cards to add. What am I supposed to read every pointed card? The player name choices for the wheel was really good. Once it broke, it was sad, but it seems like something... Yeah, we could do that. That doesn't have to do with OBS. A proper full pendulum episode. I feel like most people are like, the pendulums in Link shouldn't be in this. We'll see. That'll be one of the things we do is like, you know, like one of the questions is going to be like extra deck. Yes, or yeah, like yes, and it should be open. Or, I'm sorry. No extra deck. You can have an extra deck, but there's only 5 slots. You can have an extra deck, but only what the deck builder gives you. You can't add in cards of your own. Yes, but no links or pendulums. If you try really hard to make more balanced and more powerful decks... Just a bunch of... Oh, these are just a bunch of ideas for, like, different challenges we could do. I'll keep that in mind when I come back. The Link deck should be an RB. That's my feedback. Did Nubby or any of the crew... None of them net decked anything. I like the nature of the contest as a friendly competition and the show's focus on learning. I also like the banter, so I think keeping time limits off is overall better. Even though there were some turns, I wish a move would have been made already. I think the idea that everyone getting a few Genesis points is good. Maybe that escalates each season. I think it would be nice in the finale to have the most deck building freedom available. Limit cards that have the words negate. Ah, so just no cards that have the word negate on them. Yeah, or I guess when it comes to that, it would be like, you know, should we play in like Genesis format, no links, no pendulums, or do you want to see things open even though we're using the point system? That would just be an option. And then the extra deck would be a choice between no extra deck, you get 5 slots, you only get what Joe gives you, or you can play whatever you want. And then we could, if we did the like, you can play whatever you want, or you can only play 5, then we could have on the wheel, like, you're not allowed to play, or you can only play synchros or whatever. Like, this is something I wouldn't have considered, but like, do we want to just be like, you're not allowed to use a card that says negate? I feel like that would ban a lot of stuff, like Forbidden Chalice, that's not all that broken. Ban negates from the extra deck. Everyone gets 10 Genesis points at the beginning. The winner starts with a bonus 2 extra Genesis points and keeps staking points, max 3. After 3 wins, the other players get 10 point starts. I feel like giving the winner Genesis points doesn't do anything. Giving all the players Genesis points, the extra deck to 5 to 7 cards, but the last place player can go to 10. Yeah, that was the big thing, right? Is that that at least I'm concerned about, is that like whoever comes in last place is having a hard time deck building, and Genesis points are kind of like a deck building challenge, where now you've got to think not only about your deck, but about like the points available to you. So what I thought was like a reward is instead just giving them extra work to do and making their job slightly harder. And I feel it'd be the same thing if I was like, you can have 10 points. One thing that we came up with, I forget if anyone mentioned it here, but the idea would be we have, instead of 1 wheel, we have 4 wheels. Whoever comes in first place on the previous episode, they spin the first placed wheel, which has much harder restrictions on it. All the first place wheel options are like no monsters or only fire monsters. And then the third place or the fourth place wheel for the person who came in last, all of them are like, this time you get to add Pot of Greed to your deck. This time you get to add like this, you get to play 3 Ash Blossom in your deck, regardless of points. So like the wheel is good for the people who come in last. It's really harsh for the people who come in first. And then the second and third place wheels are just like medium. And I guess the first place wheel, we could also, I'm not sure if we could do that. I'd like to do something like, you get to start with 2,000 extra life points. I think the format you landed on with the wheel by the end was good, but it should be based on overall points rather than the previous outcomes, I suppose. It was mentioned in the final episode, but having the wheel give both a restriction and a free card makes some interesting deck building ideas. Yeah, that could be another way to do it, is just like, maybe the wheels are roughly the same, but the, the first place wheel doesn't give you, like, it's like, you can't play any effect monsters. And then all the other wheels are like, you can't play any effect monsters, but you get 3 copies of Skill Drain. How about wheels to determine what wheel you spin, and one option is a deck based on wheels. Have 3 or 4 slots in the extra deck where they can put any type of card. There needs to be some kind of balancing factor for wins, but I'm struggling to think of how to implement one. Maybe some kind of King of the Hill where the winner gets an extra perk like Genesis points and the other 3 get to restrict them in some way. Yeah, it unfortunately gets like a little too complicated. Yeah, and there's the Deutscher one. Put the gang in groups of 2, and they duel against us Legos to see who gets more points by the end of the Fit J season. The Fit J team or us Lego team. Yeah, it's like that's just a different show. I always appreciate the feedback or whatever. Again, I don't mean to like single you out or whatever. I just thought it was funny. They're like, what if we had a different show? I think we allow the extra deck when it makes sense in the theme, but sort of, yeah, I mean, that's another way we could do it, is just be like, have the extra deck sometimes, but not all the time. 20 points as an allowance each episode. An underdog coin. More bloopers. where they all play the same deck and can focus on the... That's also like that's Mirror Masters. I think the limits on the extra deck should be on a per episode basis or tied to the wheel in some way. Fill in the jank is best when they weren't trying to build boards turn 1, so I don't think there are good enough restrictions to stop that type of gameplay while having an extra deck. I would be fine with getting rid of it. Building a board turn 1 is just modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, I can see both ideas here where they're like, yeah, I would rather not have another Speedroid episode where we're just watching like someone do a combo. Like, but that's what Yu-Gi-Oh! Is. Raise popularity, bring in other guest Yu-Gi-Tubers and have them come up with half the deck and the introduction. Low-key, I like the Speedroids. I think it was fun. Yeah. Again, I could see both ideas. And yeah, that's most people are just like, should they have an extra deck or whatever? I think it would be fun to have 2 half decks each week and then randomly assign to a player, but don't tell them who has what. I don't know how you would do that. I'd also have to, then I'd have to make twice the deck profiles every week. Have viewers vote for the coin who gets the most creative, interesting deck. I think this could work as well. Like have a straw poll on every episode, where people vote on it. The problem is we usually record the same day the episode comes out. So, like, you would only have a few hours to vote before I just had to, like, close the polls, essentially. And the last episode wouldn't get a coin. Unless I just decided on the last episode. But that could work. That'd be a nice way to interact. Yeah, so not a whole lot of game-changing ideas, but we got a couple. Either way, I've been rambling for far too long. I'm gonna get out of here. Thank you all for joining me. We had a fun time. Sorry we didn't get to the Let's Learn that I was hoping to get to. Maybe next time, or maybe I can do it tomorrow if I'm feeling less tired. I don't know why I am so tired. Let's go raid someone, shall we?